Well, good morning, early birds, for what will be, let's see, Alan Jackson's second day of cross-examination, if we recall. I mean, he has had a day to prepare. We did a show last night on the high points of Jennifer McCabe. We did a premiere. A lot of you were watching and talking about it. And one of the things, good morning, everybody. Let me just, before I go into it, let me just say good morning to everybody who's on here. AJK liked and shared, because you know what I have to say. Please hit that like button. Please hit that share button. Please hit that subscribe button. You know, that's my job. Michael always forgets. Micah, good morning. I hope you're drinking out of your mug. I have my mug with me here today, and of course it has Dunkin' Donuts coffee in it. It's actually a dirty matcha prepared by my husband, by the way. But it's a Dunkin' Donuts cup. I can't get away from it. Marie needs a hobby. I love watching with me. She provides the perfect amount of information and commentary. Yes, we will preach. As you know, we give us our opinions, whether you like them or not. We call it as we see it. Sometimes the free Karen Read people don't like us. Sometimes the Anna Karen Read people don't like us. And sometimes there's a lot of people who we call out who don't like us. But that doesn't stop us from doing it, because that's what we're here to do. Good morning, Britta. Good morning, Missy, of course, Oasis Cat. Oasis Cat, thank you for that cut last night of the aid in defense. We put it up there. Good morning, Madeira Beach caregiver. Thank you so much. The Law Crime Stream is much better than Court TV. They have a split screen. They also were live outside. So did you like the split screen? Sometimes I like it and sometimes I don't. But it's okay. We were on one of the Boston stations because they had a better stream at one point. Missy's monitoring it all. Don't worry. Good morning, Simona from Slovenia. Wow. Whoa. What time is it there? You always leave Britta what jewelry I'm wearing. I'm actually wearing, my girlfriend gave me this. It's like a little magnifying glass that you can have. You know, when you go out now, how things are so small. And you read things. So she gave me that, and then I have a very important piece that has my husband in this picture and our first dog together, Mycroft the poodle. So of course, give him a kiss, and then I have medal my son Christopher around my neck. So. That's what you see this morning. And of course, this is actually an Amazon dress, by the way, because I know on Fridays we do a little fashion segment. So this is actually from Amazon. It's a beautiful dress. I'll try to put the link in here if I can, or give it to Missy to put in here. So good morning, everyone. Good morning. There's so many of you here already. Love you all too. Anyhow, just because I didn't mention you doesn't mean I don't see you. I'm not watching you. And of course, you know, when I try to type to answer you, it's a mess, but you get it. All right. So has Alan Jackson, is he going to change his style a little bit? I think, number one, Judge Beverly Cannoni was outrageous, preventing proper cross-examination to show that she has made up the I hit him from could I have hit him. And all of them are on the same story, right? They all have the same story. And so we went through this last night. If you get a chance, watch that premiere, because we really came down on her. And I think a lot of lawyers who are defense lawyers came down on her. And as I told you, she's in the third week of the trial advocacy workshop program at Harvard. I've never met her, and she's a big deal in Massachusetts. And she was a former defense attorney. But my opinion is that she has a thing against Alan Jackson from ARCA, where she believes he lied to her about ARCA being independent. And so ever since then, she has been after him. And it's really not fair. It's not fair to the client, obviously, for the most part. But also, Jen McCabe obviously has been, in my opinion, well coached to make sure she doesn't lose her temper, that she comes across a lot cooler, because you know the difference between the first trial and this trial. She's sitting there a lot cooler. But you know what? When you don't want to answer a question, it takes you 10 minutes to answer a question. And I hope the jury is getting to the fact that she lied to the FBI. I find it outrageous, and I tweeted this under, I think, our X account last night, that Judge Cannoni will not allow that it was the FBI that she lied to and that Kerry Roberts lied to, because it's the FBI has significance. I mean, she's not lying to the local animal control officer, right? She's not lying to, let's see, a salesperson. She is lying to the FBI, all right? And she's being told that if she lies to them, it could be a prison term, a jail term. And even when Alan Jackson said agents, well, it could have been agents of anywhere, and she went after him for that. I think it's ridiculous because who you lie to carries weight. And remember, Kerry Roberts told a mistruth, told basically a lie to the grand jury, never corrected it, right, until the FBI came to see her. And then it turns out, when I was reading last night, apparently on the day that Jen McCabe was visited by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Justice, apparently they all were at different times. So they must have been on the phone calling each other. Why are they here? What are you telling them? So we don't know if the jury can get the import of that or if they've picked up on that. I mean, obviously, if they have watched previously and then they said they could be fair, they know what it means. But I mean, it's if the FBI came to me and said, Linda, where did you get this pen? And I say, well, I bought it. And it turns out I had taken it from my workplace. Well, from my workplace, I own it, but from a workplace or a store or a hotel that maybe I wasn't supposed to take it home with. And I lie to them, I could go to prison for 5 years for that. Okay. It's pretty serious. All right. But obviously, if a building inspector came in to give me a permit for my house, and he said, "Where'd you get that pen?" and I say, "Well, I bought it," and it turns out I took it from the local hotel or something like that, it doesn't have the significance. I'm not going to jail. I'm not doing that. But so it's really, really unfair that, in my opinion, we're not going to see that. Now, Michael Bryan will be joining us. Especially when there's going to be breaks in the action. As you know, when we go to Sidebar, we'll try to answer your questions on the Sidebar, and we'll try to see what's happening. Alan Jackson said he had 2 hours of examination more, but I think that depends on Jen McCabe. If she takes 10 minutes to answer a question again, 13 minutes to answer a question again, 12 minutes to answer a question again, it could take a lot longer. But the judge is going to cut him down. She's going to cut him down. And then Hank Brennan says he has about 20 minutes of a redirect. Okay, we'll see if that's true. So we do expect that by lunchtime, maybe Jen McCabe will be off the stand. There are other witnesses behind. We haven't been told what the other witnesses on, and I haven't been on X, Twitter this morning to see if anyone's reporting who the afternoon witness is on. But that prosecutions are theater, and they're going to try to leave the jury for the weekend with something that's like an aha moment against Jen McCabe. Okay, so that's going to happen. And by the way, we're doing our show all day today to 4. Tonight we're going to have Will DeGlara on from 6 to 7. He's going to have a lot to say. We were on his show after Michael Bryan met him when he's made his trip to Canton and Dedham. And I will tell you that next week, Michael will be going back to Dedham for his 10th trip in this trial. Yes, this 10th trip in his trial. And we'll see whether they've worked out any press pass for him by then. Whether I think it was the head, Mr. Rose, Officer Rose, who is head of the courtroom, who's been very, very lovely, actually. And he was going to try to work it out. Yes, 227, the text, 227, the length of the grand jury, and 227 when cross-examination started. You can't make that up. Now, I was thinking about this whole tab issue. Remember, the prosecution's defense here about the reason why Jen McCabe didn't make the 227 search for Haas Long to die in the cold is that she just, we see a fan, by the way, the fan's moving. She was just used a tab that had been opened at 227, and her searches were made at 623 and 624. But I was thinking about last night, if you had opened a new tab and put that search in, and then closed it and deleted the search. Then at 623 and 624, you go to your open tab, that's will show. But, we know that Axiom, as opposed to, Axiom as opposed to, let's change our program, Cellbrite, to help the prosecution, still shows that 227 search being deleted by Jen McCabe, House Long to Die in the Cold. And we all know the significance of that. But I was thinking, I tried it last night with my own computer. Yeah, so I can delete that. And then if I open a search in a previously open tab, it shows the same time. But if I open a search in a separate tab and then I close that and delete it all, it's deleted. And that would, so everyone was asking, no one was asking how it could be that if you had a tab, you could still have a deletion. Well, so I decided to ask myself. All right, go ahead. You can do all these tests, because every test that Mr. Wiffleball did was totally unscientific. Where's our freezer chest emoji? Where is it? He puts his iPhone in the freezers. He doesn't even know what freezing is. There it is. There it is on the top right. He doesn't even know what freezing is in Fahrenheit. He doesn't know what freezing is, period. He didn't know how to convert meters to feet. He didn't know how to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit. And he was doing these unscientific things, supposedly science, that was totally not science. That if Alan Jackson had done, there would be a conniption. There would be a jail sentence. There would be a fine. There would be contempt. There would be a how dare you try to put that kind of, this is going to be a legal term now, shit before the jury, right? Although she would do it in that, judge would do it in a really terrible way. So we have, as I say, the fan is going. We were not there to monitor when they came in, when the teams came in this morning. I don't know if Tom's CPU was and all, because he's usually out there, but he can't get into the buffer zone. Michael Bryan has been infiltrating that buffer zone after the parties go in, as you know, kind of testing them. And they know who he is. They're calling him by his first name. They know he's the lawyer. So, he's still waiting on the lawsuit, obviously, which is stayed until May 14th, a decision on that, until the judge in the other lawsuit with the protesters on the Judge Cannoni's side get their opinion. So there is so much happening. So obviously, when we start, put your questions in here. We'll try to answer them when we come to a break. We'll try to star them, and we will try to answer them. And I have to thank Missy. She has been like 15, 16, 18 hours a day between streaming, doing the artwork, setting up the thumbnails, getting the
CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
So I was told that you wanted to see me, Ms. Giannetti.
Oh,
okay. Come on up to sidebar, folks.
I haven't started yet, because there is a sidebar in the courtroom. Mr. Yannetti would like to see her. And now, of course, everyone goes up to, let's see, by the way, yes, look, Paul O'Keefe is back, and he's all the way over to the left in the back row today. So clearly, when the judge wanted to see the immediate family members, I think what's being reported is that he was making faces at Jen McCabe, the teams, and all that kind of stuff was probably true, because they did move Paul O'Keefe over there. Now, now Karen Reed gets to go up to sidebars. Why? Because I've been saying for years, it is the right of the client to be there, because a lot of important stuff happens at sidebars that you need the client's input into and all. And, the defense did ask whether she could have an earpiece on so she could hear what was going, so she didn't have to go trotting up constantly and going past people and maybe making some people uncomfortable who are up at the sidebar. But the judge said, no, that's not how they do it in Massachusetts. And so even I'm sure if this were COVID, she would have allowed it. But no, Brooklyn has a great comment. Paul is rehomed to a different seat. That's a Brooklyn. You guys are so clever. A rehome to a different seat. Yeah. But again, the jury is not going to know the import of that. Now, if somebody reported that it was a juror who made the complaint about that, that has not. We've never been able to confirm that at all. So look at that. Paul's not even behind Mrs. O'Keefe anymore. His mom and all. So when we see the panning of the camera, we're not going to see him. And I object to all of this, the panning of people in the courtroom, even though it's a small courtroom. O.J. Simpson, after the O.J. Simpson case, California enacted a rule that you cannot show people in the theater of the audience. Okay. Because that's exactly what they don't want. They don't want you to see people. They don't want you to see people mugging, crying. They don't want you to see people's reactions and all. They just want you to see the trial. You have a right to see the trial. So Colleen R. asked, Paul was making faces at Jen. That's what's been reported, making comments. Maybe he was saying things that the defense team could hear. She had to go right past him when she went up to sidebar. Okay. So whatever it was, it took 45 minutes to resolve, and it was in the middle of the trial, and we were all trying to figure out. And Michael Bryan actually saw the family going up and down the elevators because he was able to get into the courthouse, because the courthouse is a public place. Couldn't get into the courtroom with the press pass, but he was able to get into the courthouse. And then also Paul going into the DA's office with Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan. So, it just depends on whether the jury gets it. We, as Michael Bryan and I discussed, we think the murder count for Jen McCabe for Karen Reed is ridiculous. It's overcharged and all. But if a juror tends to think that maybe she was drunk, and that maybe could I have hit him? How do I hit him? Indicates that maybe she could have nicked him and didn't know it. Nicked him, or he jumped to get out of the way of the car and turned around and fell and hit his head. The dangerous counts for Karen Reed in this trial are, that second count with all the lesser included in there. And that's the real dangerous count. So, but if they believe that he wasn't hit at all by the car, which is what the state forensic pathologist said, the state neuropathologist said, the FBI forensic pathologist said, ARCA, the FBI, 2 biomechanical engineers, and accident reconstructionists said that he was never hit by an SUV. There's no evidence of that at all. Then no matter how many times you may ruminate or think and trying to figure out what the heck happened here, she can't be guilty. And that's our point. We don't think the state can prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And because they can't, because their people, their own pathologists and all, say something that doesn't help them, they had to go out and hire somebody from Florida who has a clinic who does gamma ray surgery on the brain to try to get around the fact that the manner of death has never been called homicide. It's called undetermined, has simply never helped the state with it. And, when you have to go get around your own people, and a lot of them, two of them from the office and the federal FBI pathologists, and you have to go getting around, that's pretty bad in our opinion. Again, we don't know if the jury understands the import of that. To us, that shows you that there's a real problem with proving this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And the fact that those wounds on the arm, to all of us, look like they're from an animal, a dog, a part German Shepherd Malinois named Chloe. Okay? Madeira Beach caregiver, oh my God, $50. You are just so great, helping Michael go back up and helping us cover giving us the expenses.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
Okay, we don't know what that's about. Maybe
And
we'll
actually, I'll
find
see
out.
you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
Oh, now she's going to bring the jurors. She's going to see them about scheduling. Okay, so back to the sidebar. But remember, one thing we did get out of the Jen McCabe testimony is that she went into her sister's house, her brother-in-law's house, supposedly waking them up and all, and entering, and no Chloe. No dog, no barking. Now, you're going to hear Tubi the poodle barking all day in the background here. He's going to be barking at birds. He's going to be barking at people because I'm up out in the country. He's going to be barking at a lot of different things. You know, I've had German Shepherds. They bark at everything. They're protective. They're protective animals, okay? Disney, not Osmond, member for 1 month. Love you, JSTV family. Thank you. But Madeira Beach, when you come to New York, yes, I'd love to meet up with you. Okay, let's go back into that courtroom and let us now hear. Well, did you see this?
And then I'll take it back whenever.
Okay. Alan's going to over to the lectern. Let's go into court. Listen, I'm going to go behind the Tubi avatar right now.
Tori. Don't worry. Thanks, Paul.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe? Whatever you want to do.
Please raise your right hand. I solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you in fact did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3.
Which page number?
It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you very much.
No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, 'Where are you?' And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello." Because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think, in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Would it refresh your recollection?
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Same page.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read, sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, "I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello," because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I, so there's more to that conversation.
McCabe, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
So, can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time?
Ask the question again. Mr.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2020.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview, 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it, yes, thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you. Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Welcome.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes,
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
yes,
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't, no one answered, yes.
Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm gonna object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
All right. Before I mention this, Madeira Beach caregiver, you're just too much for Mike Duncan. Thank you, because you know I run on Duncan. Thank you so much. I mean, you're just so generous. And yes, I know you're coming to New York. And yes, I promise we will meet when you come to New York. Hopefully, I will be there when you come. But we'll talk about it. But you're just too generous. All of you are so generous. All right, let's go with this now here. She's giving a little bit. She started out by not giving it all, right? The same thing as yesterday. She won't answer the question. I talked to a lot of people. I said a lot of things, but Alan Jackson had to keep going back. And I noticed that he's a little bit toned down today. So maybe he's going to handle her a little bit differently. Because I know he was frustrated more by Judge Beverly Canoni yesterday than I think Karen Reed. But that 12:45 where she sees the SUV out there, all of her testimony. She knows how important this is, right? She knows absolutely how important this is because she's trying to get that to be the last thing that she saw that had to hit John O'Keefe. But we know that Karen Reed hooked into John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi, undisputed, at 12:36, and that was a ride home in the snow where if she's going the same speed she was going, according to Whiffin, driving from Waterfall to 34 Fairview, it never went over like 20 miles an hour, like 17 miles an hour, 18 miles an hour. So it would have taken probably longer than the 6 minutes. Michael Bryant did it. It took 6 or 7 minutes when he did it in the middle of the day. He went the opposite way, but it didn't matter because it was the same. To give you the routes, if you go both ways, you just got to see it. It's really a unique experience to see what happened. And then now we're going to so she finally gives in on that. And then she needs we're going to talk about the Trooper Prince. She doesn't remember. Would it refresh your recollection? Well, this time she says yes, it would. And she answers that she did speak to Karen Reed. She did talk to Julie Albert, and then she did make a call to Tom Beatty. Obviously, her testimony in grand jury is about to be different, right? Because Alan Jackson said, well, when he testified in grand jury, and now Hank Brennan has an objection. See, I think that doesn't look good for the state. I don't know what you think, because Hank Brennan is constantly objecting when it looks like we're trying to get to the truth of how many stories this woman has told. And you can only tell those stories if you're, one, trying to make sure Karen Reed is convicted, or two, you're trying to protect maybe your family who may be involved, according to the defense, in what happened to John O'Keefe. So let's go back into court, listen to Alan Jackson.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call.
Alan Jackson won the objection, by the way.
Thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The
about?
day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them?
Oh my
As you
gosh.
sit here, do you remember telling the grand jury?
Now she doesn't have the paper in front of her.
By the Commonwealth.
Okay, I'll go back behind
spoke with Karen
Tubi
Reed.
because she's getting me pissed.
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things, so to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I
you-
don't remember this. I'm sorry, I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me, and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right, go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah,
Yes.
refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell Mr.
transcript.
Brennan what page you're at.
Sure. 188, 189. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Would it refresh, I just have to do this for the record, would it refresh your recollection to look at a transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
Okay, here we go again. She knows, in my opinion, that she answered the question differently. Now she's trying to make an excuse. Well, I know who I talked to, but I don't exactly know what I said. But the problem is, if you said something different and you lied to the grand jury, that should be pointed out. I mean, you know, the truth is the truth is the truth. I think she's coming across worse today. I think Alan Jackson is being very polite, and I think she is coming across worse because she just won't give in to what it is that she said. And if what it is she said is different, okay, here we go. Let's go listen.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beattie.
Oh, and Tom Beattie, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report, like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beattie. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done? Finished? Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying, all right. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beattie, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beattie. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview, Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beattie. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Ferry with that.
No, not at all.
Later that morning of January 29th, but by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
I object.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that.
You also told,
I'd like to be seen on.
Okay, we can just have that, please.
Okay, so Alan Jackson wants to be heard on this because she has now got the hint, right? She got the memo yesterday, actually, that if you say something won't refresh your recollection, you give a report, that it really can't be looked at. You know, you can't then use it to impeach her. So now she's saying nothing can refresh her recollection. She's been coached. I think today she looks pretty bad, to be honest with you. I think that if the jury is looking at her, she looks pretty bad. Let me just answer one question left over from yesterday, if we could. Zsa Kitty, do you think the Zoom meeting that was yesterday could have been about the federal McCabe interview? I think you're absolutely right. I think it absolutely could be. Michael Brown and I figured that out last night, that must have been what it's about. Okay. Well, let's go back in. Let's see if Alan Jackson won this objection. If not, he put his objections on the record for appellate review.
Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor
He won the
that
objection.
while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th, which is freshest in your mind?
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect.
Gotcha.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like. Mm-hmm. And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description, to take a look at his notes?
Object to the phrase.
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay, I know that's what you're testifying to today, Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Mhm.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use a group chat, you and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications? with
Here
the
we
press or
go,
public or
the
law
group
enforcement or
chat.
family or friends?
I have multiple like group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked. Right now. Asked to approach.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I failed to show you.
It's okay. Thank you. It's the one from the 29th. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point, just tell me what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes.
By the way, thank you, Touche. I have to believe it's annoying the jury. I think so too. I think today she's annoying the jury. Thank you very much for that donation also. Appreciate it a lot.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just
I-
took the document away from you, I apologize.
It's okay, I didn't know.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have an extra copy so she has one and you
I'll
have
just
one?
leave that one.
Jackson?
I've got an extra copy for myself, I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or does that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
If I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at Sidebar for a minute, hold this?
Okay, let me just make sure I'm unmuted. So now the judge wants to see them at Sidebar. Now, again, she's very proactive when Hank Brennan has anything to see at Sidebar. Alan wants to mark the group chats as evidence, all right? They have been validated. They were marked in the first trial. And we all know that this group chat is not going to be great for the prosecution. And we all know at some point there's going to be something about how somebody else is spilling the whole beans, telling the whole story. I'm kind of paraphrasing that. We all know this group chat is going to talk about, basically what the defense is going to say is a cover-up from the family, the close family there, including Brian Albert, whose body John O'Keefe was found on his lawn, a fellow Boston police officer who never came out of the house the night that John O'Keefe was found, didn't go to his funeral. And that's also going to come out, I think, in terms of the context of why these group chats are going to be very important. And we all know that Alan was going to lead up to this group chat. Now, it seemed to me this morning that he is handling her softer. I think she looks worse. She won't give an answer. And at one point, it didn't get objected to when he said, we can do this all day, because she wouldn't admit that all she told Trooper Proctor was that when they were on their way back, Karen Reed said, I have a cracked taillight, but that's because she hit, when she backed up into the cars at John O'Keefe's house, she hit another car. And we've seen the video of that in the first trial, and they're going to show the video of that here, obviously, when the defense gets to their case. The prosecution's probably not going to show it because it doesn't help them. But to me, it sounds like she's constantly trying to lie. She's constantly trying to add things that she's never added for 3 years. You know, I think if you have any type of brain issues or any type of dementia, you should go live in Canton, because everybody's memory in Canton gets better to add things that will try to help convict Karen Reed here. And this is including, she will also say, yes, I told him it was cracked, but I also told him it was missing pieces. It wasn't missing pieces. We know that. We know it wasn't missing pieces. We've seen the light. We've seen the crack, okay, for our own self. But she's going to say that's what she's told them. With regard to the very important 12:45 time, again, she tried to hedge out of that. Well, no. That's what I said then, but that's my memory now is better. It's like when the first day of testimony, she said, well, that's what I said last year in testimony, but that's not my story this year. Everything is different. And why is it different? Because obviously they didn't convict Karen Reed. And if you believe the defense that something happened to John O'Keefe, that there was a cover-up by the Albert family, of which she is a member by virtue of being an in-law here, and she was at that house, then indeed this is all being done to help them. And it could have been something that the dog was attacking John O'Keefe, that he fell backwards as the dog attacked into a ledge. They put him outside, didn't think he was going to die. And then, of course, he ends up dying, and you have to explain why there's a dead body on your front lawn. And remember, a dead body in your front lawn. If I wake up tomorrow morning and there's a dead body on my front lawn, I can guarantee you the police are going to be here, and they're probably going to be here with a search warrant to see if anything happened inside my house. They didn't do that because he, according to the text we already know about, was a Boston cop, and he's not going to get any shit because of that. It's pretty outrageous what's going on with this. And what I find really outrageous, and I don't know how about you, is that the judge doesn't intervene. You've seen cases, we all watch cases, when a witness gets like this and doesn't want to answer the question, and all of a sudden her memory won't be refreshed. It won't be refreshed by a grand jury. I've testified to so many people, I don't know what I said. Well, if you said the truth, you don't have to know what you have testified to. You don't have to see anything. You know what it was, right? And remember, she wrote a timeline with all this stuff in it, right? I know we don't see that because that's considered hearsay, and it was written by both her and Kerry Roberts together. But so she knows the importance of the 12:45. That her testimony was very important. She knows the importance of the cracked tail light. She knows the importance of the fact of who she, again, didn't tell that she had tried to make a call to. She knows that importance, and yet nothing is going to refresh her recollection. I think it looks bad. I think it looks really bad. I think yesterday she looked better because even though she was lying, to me, she looked like she was lying. And even though she wouldn't answer Alan Jackson's questions, he's come back with a whole new tact of how he deals with her and all. Probably discussed it. And he has got everything down as to where she lied. Absolutely. And her view now is, yes, I said that, but I also said this, and they didn't get it right. Yes, I said that, but I also said this, and they get it right. Yes, I said that. I also said this, and they get it right. Well, as I told you, I've testified before the grand jury once in my life, right? To explain to the grand jury why somebody wasn't indicted in a case that I was handling, in a medical case where a child died, because the intubation of the child was wrong. It didn't go down to intubate properly because they were investigating it all over again. And I'll never forget what I testified before the grand jury and what I said there with regard to the main point. Never forget it. You know, going into a grand jury is a scary process. You go into an ante room, and then you go into a big room. It's usually a little bit darker. All these faces are looking at you. The prosecutor's there. The court reporter is there. I mean, it's not something that you take lightly when you go into a grand jury. It is not something that you take lightly when you are giving statements to police officers. Now, can police officers get some things wrong in the report and not fill it out? Sure, because the report is for them, so when they go into court, they know what is said. But it also gives admissions and statements. And if there's no admissions and statements in those police reports, or if there's a statement and then there's not a 3 or 4 other statements that now you know are important if you're trying to convict Karen Reed, you know, it's a different ballgame. So let's watch her again. Let's see if Alan Jackson won this objection by Hank Brennan.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled.
He won
Mr.
again.
Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
I'm going to go behind the
Yes.
the avatar again, and I'll be back when needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him, I probably should have, but before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? We'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on, or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says 2, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it is.
That's Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1/29/22, at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Kerry talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Kerry Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The
I'm
blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister? And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at Sidebar.
It is, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Okay, you don't have a separate copy for Ms.
I
McCabe?
do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask that this be marked. Just
Okay.
a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You could just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
Ignore
February
the top
1st,
one. The
yeah.
top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Right, say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Brennan?
Please.
Yes, that concludes all the
48.
Oh, can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to Ms. McCabe's statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please?
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my
And-
husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall.
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell him the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4 correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
Yeah, I think we're all looking to find out what happened, so Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us, who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but it
Yeah.
meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom? One more time.
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole,
Yes.
and she mentions a she, pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Kerry
Who's Carrie?
Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who is this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep, if she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text about
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end. If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say, what did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, right?
She was
Earlier in the day.
Yeah, earlier in the day, he had called me, and then Kerry had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed her the phone.
Yes.
Then later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
I'm sorry, not Michael,
sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote, you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt McCabe.
Yes.
correct? Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what did you write?
I
in this
wrote,
text?
she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it in not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says.
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page? that you
Yes,
got?
it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
A textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I move for an instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely, disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Okay, here we go again. All right. So the defense has a right to characterize what they are reading in the text and asking her, is that the colluding? She could say yes or she could say no. So here we go. Hank Brennan objects. The judge was about to sustain it. Alan Jackson again has to ask for a sidebar, because if this goes haywire, goes sideways, all of this has to be on the record. And he is making a record, even though it's annoying to the jury because the jury wants to know what's going on. But the jury also may not like the sidebars, but they also don't like prosecutors who are constantly objecting. They can see what this is. She's telling them everything. I mean, she wouldn't even admit, okay, Jennifer McCabe, the easy question. You didn't expect my text to be, seen by others. Sure, they're private texts. And then on the day Karen Reed's arrested, they said, well, if she takes a plea, it'll be over. But if not, it's an episode. On the exact day Karen Reed is arrested, and then at 5:00, we hear the phone call at 5:07 to her sister, Nicole. That's going to be interesting, because the defense is going to argue at 5 o'clock is when John McCabe's body was placed on the lawn.
In the text that we
back
just saw,
Alan won the
you were
argument.
colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case, through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard or what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts' statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done, or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically, her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. It's marked. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went, correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes,
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes,
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct? The
yes,
same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
yes,
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
yes,
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
she was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago. I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off,
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
that I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so,
So
no.
if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave, and we dropped her off at Mike Lank's. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened, but we had Lexi with us, and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours?
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay. It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from,
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so I
I'm
don't,
just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now, you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter, off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 30th?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure, show Mr. Brenner on your way up.
Take your time.
Mr. Brennan is just going to review that. I have no problem with that.
Thank you.
Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
Thank you.
For identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Brenda.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right, so I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McCabe? Sure.
Okay, here we go again. I think to the jury, it looks like the prosecution is trying to hide evidence from them, the fact finder. This is clearly the pull from her phone, the geolocation. It's going to have a map. It's going to show where she went. Now, she never told anybody, because remember, she always forgets. She's always in trauma, that she had gone over to Lank's house, right, on January 30th. Never told anybody about that, right? And then when she was interviewed about it, she forgot. But she was asked, "Did you learn that the interviewer got the document from the defense?" First, it sounded like the feds, and I jumped up, but it was the defense on it. And now she's going to be shown these documents, this 10-page document. And Hank Brennan is objecting. He's going to object on the basis, well, she didn't pull it. There's been no validation for it. Blah, 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 blah. But I think Alan's going to be able to talk about it. If he's not, this will be another reversible error. Because just because she didn't pull this document from her phone, I mean, you can cross-examine somebody on where they've been, and then you bring the person in who pulled the document to say, was she here, was she here, was she here? So he's trying to get her to deny, to obfuscate, to forget, to not remember, although she has a great memory for 3 years after her testimony has changed on a number of things, including the coordination here, right? So it really was interesting. It becomes very important, that call to Nicole at 5:08, because the defense is going to say that John O'Keefe was then put. Remember, there's until 5 o'clock his cell phone battery temperature only goes down 7 degrees. The defense is going to say that's when probably his body was put back out into the snow after being attacked by Chloe. She calls her sister. Everybody is trying to get on the same page, the same document. What do they know? Let's all coordinate our story. Or as Alan Jackson put, collude. He was allowed to ask her that, and she denied colluding. She said coordinate. She did agree to coordinating. Oasis Cat asks the question, Linda, you can remind everyone how prepared Alan Jackson always was during Spectre. I think he planned out the other day, and now totally different on purpose because he knows, how she is. Yes, Alan Jackson actually accused me of being totally prepared. There was one time he said to the judge, and one thing we know about Miss Kenny Bodden is that she is always totally prepared. Well, so is he. I mean, we were fight. That's how I know how Alan Jackson questions and how he can change. And I do think, he does listen, and, he takes a word that may be the witness last said, and he talks about it. But he has changed how he is approaching her from the other day because of the way the judge reacted. And today he's winning most of his objections when they go to sidebar. So let's go back into the court and let us
continue, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
And he
Take a
won
look
this
at
one
that
too.
First page. Do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4. Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th?
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1:30, 2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that, again, what is that location?
That is 1:30, 2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date, I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1:30, at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 5:36, and this page is 5:40,
Yes.
okay? Take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lank's
What's the date and time?
1:30, 2022.
January 30th, 2022, and
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously,
Yes.
much more than we are.
Yes.
Is driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3 or 4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs
Okay,
and due to the weather.
right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes. I believe it's the same one
Okay, the same address on
as Mike
Oakdale?
Lank. As Mike Lank.
Okay, and what's the time, what's the date of that?
1:30, 2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10, do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do. Yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1:30, as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day.
So
Yes.
closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running,
Yes.
he'd had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear
Yes.
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house?
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand, it wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house, yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
And you went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stay there for 4 to 6 minutes?
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
And now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not, this isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying?
Another not refreshing her memory. I
ago,
just had to
that-
interrupt.
Well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Remember, we're hearing texts that we hadn't heard in the first trial. We're hearing a lot more. We're hearing on the same day that John O'Keefe died. This whole clan said, if Karen Reed pleads out, okay? This now goes. This makes it much stronger as to what the defense has been saying, that they decided that somebody had to take the fall for John O'Keefe. And he pleads out. They didn't know what happened unless they did know what happened. You get it? All right, I'm leaving you now so she can come back and talk about what she doesn't remember again.
On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may have even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I, and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But
And all of
again,
you-
I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All of
lot
you-
of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm
this?
asking her memory, not according to the document.
My
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence? 5:12 in the evening.
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess. 15, 20 minutes, we'll see you back. Ms. McCabe, again, if you just hold on.
Break this way, jurors.
All right, let me just see in case they have anything else, or she's just going right to a break. I mean, this was a wow. I'm going to get to your start comments, and I'm certainly going to get to everything to Shay. Can Michael tell us if the new lawyer is still in the courtroom serving the jury? Michael's not there today. He's actually going to be on with us on the chat at probably around 1 to 2. And then he'll take over talking with you. And then we'll get, as we prep to get our show ready for 6 o'clock, our wrap-up show with Will DeGlaire. So, but Michael Bryant will be back in Canton next week. I'm not sure the day because of something surrounding some issues, of life. And so we're not sure exactly the day, probably Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. But he will be back in the courtroom. So I can't tell you. Madeira Beach caregiver wants to know, Linda, is any of the Spector case available to view? I don't know if it is on the internet. I have a complete copy of it on discs, although funny story, I haven't had the discs put on electronically. I'm going to do that now because the other day, because they're like, we dropped them. And one of the things we had is when Court TV wanted to be the pool camera, we required, or I required, that as a condition of us withdrawing any objection to coverage, that we were given a free copy by disc of the coverage every single day. So I have a complete copy of the Phil Spector trial with the that I know somebody's been running it. I know I think the Murder Church on Sunday or whatever has been running it, but I have the real copy. Okay. Touche. I'm going to go back through some of your comments because I went through them too fast as they were talking. I believe that this is annoying the jury. I think today, yes. I think she doesn't remember anything. She can't be refreshed on anything. I think Alan Jackson's new tack that he took with her today in terms of how he handled her. Number one, he won every objection that Hank Brenner made. You notice that? For the first time at Sidebar. They had it all planned out. They're all prepared and all. And this last thing, we hadn't heard some of these texts in the first trial. This last geolocation that the defense had found out was given on the phone, and then he went through specifically what she did, when she did it, and she had been denying it. I mean, you're not bringing a young child to go sit in a car outside with Lank and the wife and all there. It didn't make any sense. I mean, and her, she's always like, well, I was traumatized. I didn't know. Well, she's every time she gets caught a lie, which is like everything out of her mouth, she's traumatized. Madeira Beach caregiver, I want to again thank you for that incredible donation so I can keep running on this trial and doing my own work at the same time and dealing with life as you all are, as you know. Again, I want to thank Donnie Not Osmond for the gift of 5 Justice Serve TV memberships. The more memberships we get, obviously, the more emojis Missy can make, and she loves that. And also, we love having members. We will be Michael's going to be doing something when he goes to Canton next week for our members. And we do have a top member who joined, legal scholar from Scotland, and we're going to be having a one-on-one conversation with him in the next couple of weeks. So that's the kind of perk he's going to get and all for that. And also, Donnie Osmond loves the Justice Serve TV family. And then we started out, of course, with Madeira Beach caregiver with that donation. I wasn't sure, Madeira Beach, was that from Michael O'Brien's bail money, or is that for the fact that, he is going back and forth to Canton so much his car is breaking down, making our, 9th or 10th trip up there next week. I think it was 9th. Anyhow, so what do we learn? Leaving the child in the car. Yeah, she always uses, Lupe Hinkle points out, I was in shock. Always uses. She can't remember only what she wants to remember, right? Let's go to this at Madeira Beach Care. Is it in Massachusetts that objections are private? This court has made objections private. When we did Hernandez, when the jury was out of the courtroom, the objections were in public, okay? And we had some rip-roaring objections that we argued out of the courtroom, Ron Sullivan specifically, and all. We had some at Sidebar, because I remember when the judge tried to prevent us from doing the shirt demonstration that I put together with my forensic pathologist, Dr. Jamie Downs. We did that first at Sidebar, but when we came back, that was in public. I mean, and they were rip-roaring. So as long as the jury's not there, really, those objections shouldn't be at Sidebar. The public should be informed. I think it's wrong, but they seem to have a way of doing things in Massachusetts their own way. Does anyone here, and I'm not going to castigate you if you do, does anyone here believe that Jennifer McCabe is a credible witness? Okay? I'm going to tell you that yesterday, I thought she did better in terms of how she was handling herself, even though I didn't believe a word she was saying because she was constantly trying to get in. I hit him. Well, I said that at grand jury, but I said something else too, and they don't have it. No one has in the reports, which is going to make the defense is going to have to call all these officers and ask a very straight question, one simple question. Does your report reflect the following statement that was given to you by Miss McCabe, right? And then they're going to have to say no. And then Hank Brennan's going to say, well, could your report have missed some things, that type of thing. Or the defense may just decide not to go there, figuring that, it's a vibe that you get from her, right? The jury has to get a vibe. They're not going to remember everything she said. They're not going to write down everything she said like we said. They may not even know some of the import of what they just heard this morning. But Alan Jackson, I think he's probably going to have a few wrap-up questions. But I think that going through the geolocation data, clearly the maps from her phone, showing where she went on that day, the day that John O'Keefe's body was found, and where she stopped and where she went and who she met with. I think that becomes extremely important because you didn't hear all that, right? You didn't hear all that, right? And then, of course, the fact that on the same day, they're trying to suggest, and I had to retweet this. I just retweeted this from the Justice Serve TV. Olivia Lambeau pointed out something, and I did say, wow, because on the same day this happens, they're saying, well, if Karen Reed takes a plea, what the hell? No one even knew what happened, right? So why is Karen Reed supposedly taking a plea here? Well, no one even knew what happened, right? No one knew what happened. But if she takes a plea, if not, it's going to be an episode. And they're all talking among themselves. And again, I say to you that this jury knows that Carrie Roberts' name came up, and she's telling them everything. Well, is she telling them everything? She's giving them the book. She's giving them the timeline. She's giving them everything we had planned out. Oh, she's telling them everything, right? But they know that Carrie Roberts lied to a grand jury, never corrected it. And then when she was confronted by another law enforcement agency who told her that if you lie to this agency, you could go to jail. So tell us, did you ever hear Karen Reed ever ask Jen McCabe to Google either hypothermia or how long to die in the snow? And the answer was no, which was different than she had told the grand jury. It was a lie. And of course, at the end, she said, well, I misunderstood the question. And that's when Alan Jackson said, yeah, we understand. All right, so it was a lie. And it wasn't corrected by her. And what gets me is it wasn't corrected by the prosecution, who knew it was a lie. And what gets me is the judge knowing that this woman lied to the feds, because she knows it was the feds, started treating the defense and Alan Jackson like they're treating him. How about treating the prosecution, who has a duty to justice? How about treating them? Unless you think it is your duty as a judge to possibly want a conviction, right? Right. Shy Gal, thank you. In the middle of all this, gifting another 5 Justice Serve TV memberships. Missy, I know you are clapping and happy back there for the next emoji. What do you all want, by the way, as the next emoji? We have the liar, right? We took off the sound effects today because I think it's important to hear this testimony without the sound effects. I think it's extremely important. So we know that. And then we know that Jennifer McCabe lied to the feds. I don't know if it was the same team. They were obviously sent out to interview everybody on that day. We haven't really heard that. But it was the same team. And she's immediately picks up the phone to people. Her husband, okay, I get her husband. I'd probably call my husband too if the feds wanted to interview me and say, hey, look, the feds are here. They want to interview you. You want to come home? The second thing was she called Carrie Roberts. Now, your second call, the feds are there. Oh, I just wanted to see if they had been to come to see her. And the next question would be, of course, and what did you tell them? Okay, what did you tell them? What did they want to know from you? I guess would be the more important question. And of course, they're not necessarily say that. What do they want to know from you? And then she omits 3 other people, including her brother-in-law, who's the Boston cop whose house John O'Keefe was found dead on the lawn, who, by the way, never came out of his house that night to see what was happening, supposedly his friend, never went to the funeral, right? But he is there, in the background of all this stuff. So again, I'm faulting Judge Cannoni, and I'm going to say that here, because she now knows this witness who's on the stand lied. And then yesterday, she was protecting her by objecting to, by sustaining objections, by interposing her own objections to how Alan Jackson was cross-examining her, which was totally appropriate. And then when Alan Jackson made some comments, she would tell the jury, ignore those comments. But let me tell you, it was wrong. So you had, I shouldn't say yesterday, it was the day before. And then we had the break yesterday, so the defense could go back, relook at what they had, maybe put it in a different order, maybe put it in a way. And Alan Jackson has, as you saw, he switched his gears. He switched his gears how he had to handle her. And by switching his gears, how he had to handle her, he got a lot from her by the fact that she couldn't remember anything, denied everything, and also, every single report that didn't have what she's now telling the jury was wrong, including all the things she said last year in, quote, another proceeding. Well, the jury knows she was tried last year. Unless you have 18 people sitting on that jury who were living in outer space, they have to know certainly more than that she was tried last year. So when is this other proceeding? Why can't you say trial? I mean, you swore an oath, under oath, you went in front of people that you're looking at, and now you're saying that your last year's story is different from this year's story, and that you would have lied to your last year's jury that you were in front of? Because, see, my feeling is it has significance who you're lying to. If you're lying to a jury last year and then saying, well, that was last year's story, this is this year, I think that's significant for a jury to know. Wait a second, you lied before a jury once, you're going to lie again? I think it's significant for them to know that she lied to the FBI. She said she doesn't. That Carrie Roberts lied to the FBI. I think it goes to the weight of the lie. It goes to how important the lie is. Because if you're willing to lie to the FBI, of course you're willing to lie to the jury. If you're willing to be told you can go to jail, of course you're willing to lie. If your story is constantly changing. So I think all of that has significance. I think it's a big mistake not to have told them that it was a federal proceeding, a federal FBI. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you don't have to be worried about what it was about. I'm going to tell you that that's not your concern about what it was about. Your only concern is who the people were that she has lied to or changed her story. So, it's crazy. It's crazy how this case is unfolding. Now, the question I have is, does the jury get it? Because the case is going in kind of discombobulated, right? We're trying to get all the bad stuff out of the way. The jury really, and also the admission, I hit him, right? That's all that Hank Brennan really cared about, is getting that in front of the jury and the clips from the TV. But, you could argue that those clips are bad, or, my Sharpie is because I couldn't read some of my writing yesterday with my pen. So I have this gigantic Sharpie. Good for you for noticing that, Joey Kane. Yeah, right. Really good for you for noticing that. Has to make me laugh, right? It's called a king size Sharpie, by the way, not queen size, king size. Little sexist, maybe. I don't know. Anyhow, so speaking about things that are sexist, did you know that the queen was considered a really unimportant piece in chess like 100 years ago when the game started? I just throw that out for you in case any of you are on Jeopardy in the future. But But let's go back to this trial, okay? I don't know. I'm not going to accuse Judge Cannoni of being part of a conspiracy. I just think that once she developed that dislike for Alan Jackson over Aka, because the way she treats him this year is different than the way she treated him last year. I think once she developed that dislike from him, then she's just keeping a tight rein on him and all. And I don't understand. I don't know whether she has any prior friendship or knowledge with Hank Brennan. I mean, as we see, it is a very small, incestuous, closed community up there. And who really wasn't part of that incestuous, small, closed community? Karen Reed. Now, going to Karen Reed, usually if you are cooperating with an FBI investigation, and we know the defense is, and I think this is kind of a payback because it appears that the defense is the one who asked for the FBI investigation. If you are guilty, you're not asking the FBI to come into a case where you have been charged and investigated, okay? You're just not, all right? And I think one of the reasons why Morrissey's office is going after the defense and Karen Reed so much is because they've got the FBI up their tushy, so to speak. Since we're going to be we're not going to go on a Linda rant, so we won't curse, okay? That they got the FBI in the tushy up there. They had to go answer all sorts of questions from the FBI. And we know also that some of the people involved in this case, like Whitley, however you pronounce his name, the EMT beginning, was also at the Sandra Birchmore case when she was pronounced dead. We know that Fanning, who's in Canton, was also involved in the Sandra, not in Canton, but Massachusetts State Police, was also involved in the Sandra Birchmore case, which is a big deal up there. So the players are the same, and everybody else, everybody's in this. So I think if you're Karen Reed and you're the defense team, my view, and this is why it doesn't come out. You ask for the FBI to come and investigate because there's something wrong in Denmark, as Shakespeare would say, or if you want to go Broadway musicals, and sometimes you want to do that, there's trouble in River City, right, with a capital T, right? And if you go on and you do a lot of interviews, it's because you're trying to you're trying to tell people you're innocent. Because what do we normally say? If people don't talk, they're guilty. So she's talking, and she says she has nothing to hide, and she's going to tell her story. She's going to tell a story, even if she's going to tell a story about the drinks, and by the way, if she gets to explain the 9 drinks without getting on the stand, that it really wasn't 9 drinks, and her blood alcohol level really it doesn't show that either. Even with the extrapolation, I believe. Okay. The one little glitch you had is, while we all like Elizabeth Little, I think her cross-examination of the head of the laboratory for the local hospital was kind of a train wreck. I have to tell you that because I know that area so very well. I had to deal with it a lot in the Jason Williams, the basketball player trial, and we actually got a lot of that stuff out because you know that if you come home and you've had all this, and a lot of people do this, they take a stiff drink. Well, you don't know when the person took their last drink. If they come home and had a stiff drink because of what just happened, and being upset, and she was upset. She thought John had just left her, right? She thought he left her, and she was there taking care of his, and I'm going to say his children because he had guardianship over them. And by the way, you know what bothers me about this case? And I'm going to tell you, she was apparently really liked by everybody because she took care of the kids, like during the pandemic. She was buying clearly expensive things for them. She was spoiling them, something that John O'Keefe didn't like. But really, what's wrong with that? And now everybody hates her because they've gone to this thing that right away oh, Karen Reed is guilty and she should take a plea. And that's been the storyline that everyone's pushing. Micah asked, was it a not guilty in Williams? Yes, it was a not guilty on the top count of murder, manslaughter, all that. All that was not guilty. There was a guilty on one of the minor counts that he did a couple years in prison with, but that was a big win. It was absolutely not guilty in that. Mar, by the way, who brought us some of the important things about what was happening in the courtroom the other day, asked who thinks Hank is losing. So why don't we talk about that? Who does think Hank is losing? Anyone? Or do you think that Hank could be winning? I'm going to tell you, I think that the jury has to connect all this. I'm not sure they understand the import of it all. But we haven't gotten to the testimony that Hank Brennan, if he calls his medical examiner from Boston, if he calls his neuropathologist from Boston, who said there was no evidence that a car had hit John O'Keefe, if he calls the FBI pathologist, which he's not, who said there was no evidence that John O'Keefe, right? Yes, Michael, you're right. He did some time in prison for the, I think it was the cover-up aspect at the very end, but not the top counts he didn't get convicted of. Jason is in Florida. He's doing remarkably well. He has like a rehab center that deals with making sure people don't rehab. And also, yes, he's still my client, technically, and calls me every once in a while, not to try to get help for other people. I have two words: do it. Free Karen Reed, justice for Officer John O'Keefe. I think all these witnesses that Hanky Boy has called to the stand have hurt the prosecution in a lot of ways. So once the jury hears that, there's going to be 5 witnesses, including the 2 ARCA witnesses, who are going to say no car accident killed him. Hank Brennan, in my opinion, is going to change what they did in the first trial, and I think it's outrageous. He is going to say, in my opinion, and let's listen for this, that the spoiler on the top of the car somehow hit John O'Keefe. Either he was jumping out of the way of the car that was backing up. I think they're going to lessen off on the murder. They're going to go for the manslaughters, and somehow he got spun around and he fell on his head. Okay, and they're still going to go with the fact that somehow that arm got damaged by either projections or whatever on the side of the car. They're still going to go with that, I believe. But remember, the jury, again, I don't know if the jury has the context yet to put all this in, because Hank Brennan did try to make her look bad by mocking Mrs. O'Keefe, right? But I don't know if they have the context to put this all in yet. They will have a context to put it in once it becomes clear that Hank Brennan has to go outside of the normal channels and hire, and I'm going to say it again, somebody who does brain surgery, makes a lot of money, and I'm guaranteeing the defense is going to go there on some clinic with gamma ray surgery and getting a lot of money on the brain to bring into the fact that since this is a contra coup injury, it could easily have been caused by a car accident, to try to get around their own medical examiner saying that there's no indication that this is a car that hit him, and there's no indication that's homicide. Now, remember, I think it was Proctor called the medical examiner with somebody else. They called her an idiot, right? Because it was on the same day. It was on the first day they're investigating this, because Dr. Scortibello would not say that this was a homicide. Now, let's see. On this point I just mentioned, I see that Shook River Gal has, Dr. Scortibello herself said, ruling, cause of death, vehicle pedestrian collision requires a biomechanical engineer. Dr. Rensselaer stated in Lowley's Cross, no science supports any vehicle colliding with John. I'm not sure Dr. Scortibello is right about that. I think that any valid forensic pathologist who's board certified could say whether or not the injuries are consistent with the car strike. I think that may be a garbage, okay? But that's what she said, okay? But she said she couldn't find any indication herself, okay? So I think that's more like it. And then the neuropathologist also did not rule that this would be a homicide. So the only two medical examiners wouldn't rule, after a lot of pressure apparently, that this was not a homicide from Karen Reed. I don't know how the prosecution gets over that, quite frankly. If you can't prove that your medical examiner says this is a homicide, how do you get over that? If you don't have a manner of death from your medical examiner, from two of them, how do you get over that? And when you have the third one, they're all going to say that the wounds could be consistent with dog bites. How do you get over that? How do you get beyond a reasonable doubt? And that's what we have been saying here on Justice Served TV. All right. We don't see how they can prove, unless for some reason this jury has stealth jurors on it who want to convict her, that the prosecution can prove that this was a strike by an automobile. They can't really explain that. And then they're going to have Chloe, the dog. Who the heck rehomes their dog of 7 years? All right. Now, if I had to rehome Tubi, it would only because it'd be that I was dying and couldn't take care of him and wanted to make sure he had a better home. And then, of course, much to the chagrin of everybody, I probably want to change my will to leave all my money to Tubi, okay? my estate to Tubi. Okay, just kidding you. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that, to me, I don't know about you guys, but my animals are my puppies, my dogs, are my children. Tubi, close your ears. Tubi's been around this whole thing, as you know. Tubi, the private investigator, and yes, Tubi had put two neighbors in the hospital, two other people, for biting them substantially. Chloe, not Tubi. Tubi hadn't put anybody in the hospital. Tubi wouldn't bite a soul. Tubi won't even bite a fly. Tubi's got the sweetest, softest disposition you ever want to see, except when he wants a cookie. Then he barks. If he wants a little cookie, he does bark. Okay. Yes, he is very spoiled. But Chloe was biting people. Chloe was not good with strangers. Chloe was pretty bad. All right. Chloe put people in the hospital. Chloe was rehomed. And it does not appear that Chloe was in the house the night at 5 o'clock, at 6 o'clock in the morning, when supposedly Jen McCabe says she went in to try to wake her sister and her brother-in-law, and who is the Boston cop, who, again, with all this stuff outside, doesn't come down. Now, Jen McCabe also tried to prevent that argument. They're trying to prevent the defense argument for what happens. Well, really, all the equipment was down the street. Well, my gosh, come on. I mean, who doesn't look? Who doesn't look at it? If you have fire engines and police outside your car, outside your house, who doesn't look or go up and try to find what's happening? I mean, or ask somebody what's happening outside. I live in a condo in New York City. Now, not a lot of times you don't want to go down all the stories, so you call down to the desk. What's happening out there? Oh, it was a false alarm. Oh, somebody in the restaurant was having chest pains. Oh, somebody fell on the sidewalk. Because you want to find out what's happening. And that's for people that are strangers. Can you imagine that you're learning that supposedly a fellow Boston cop is on your front lawn and what the heck? You don't do anything and you don't go to his funeral? Cops always go to other cops' funerals. I mean, this is on your front lawn, unless you've got something to hide, in my opinion. All right. I mean, I think those are some damning things. And sometimes things that, as I'm looking at all of your comments, sometimes things that are really damning aren't the stuff that's like admissions or not admissions. But I don't know. What do you think? Jennifer McCabe supposedly can't talk to Hank Brennan because she's in the middle of to be didn't buy two people. That would be slanderous, Joe McCabe. Can't. She's in the middle of cross-examination, and you're not supposed to talk to anybody in the middle of cross-examination. So, to me, I think that she's totally unbelievable. I think at least the vibe that the jury is getting, that they're trying to hide something, that they're trying to collude on something, that they're trying to coordinate on something. And they've already decided that Karen Read should plead guilty. How do you decide on Karen Read to plead guilty? Let me just take a look at this comment because it passed me. Nikki Giannopoulos. Listen to the interview that Court TV did with the man that has lived on Fairview Road for 40 years. It's very telling. Yes, I think Matt did an interview there, and he said that no one believes that Karen Read killed John O'Keefe. No one. And that's on the same street of Fairview that the Alberts lived on, who also sold the family generational home after all of this happened too, right? They rehomed the dog, sold the family generational home, right? Apparently he said, in talking to all the neighbors, that no one believed that Karen Read killed John O'Keefe. Okay. Let's see. Oasis Cat points out that Madeira Beach Care Mover, they replaced the flooring in the basement. When I was looking at the pictures of the house, and it's still on Realtor.com and Redfin.com, you can see it. And by the way, the pool, I don't know what rumors that was. The pool wasn't filled in. The pool was a big selling point on the matter. But there's one room that has clearly been totally renovated and painted and all, and you see it. It's new. I don't know if they're going to bring that up at all, but you do see it. It's new. And now remember, at the first trial, the DA Lowley. Do you kind of miss Lowley after having Hank Brennan? Again, I'm going to say to you that Hank Brennan is a very good trial attorney. Do not underestimate him, okay? Do not underestimate him at all. And you may not like him, but it's that maybe that you don't like him that shows that he is a good trial attorney. If you believe Karen Read is guilty, you, of course, adore Hank Brennan. But he has a lot of experience. He knows how to try a case. He knows how to put together a case. And except for the blood alcohol level, retrograde extrapolation from the hospital that Elizabeth Little handled, he's handled every single witness. Lowley handled that. So I guess, as Michael Bryan and I have talked, if I were Lowley, I would have quit being put in position to sit there all the time looking like a doorknob, there. But I would absolutely have quit at that point. Now, so let's see what all you all are talking about too, because I know that's why you come here to chat with each other. You've built up quite a community here, and this is during the day when people are working and all, and then of course at 6 o'clock tonight, 1,000 of you will be on here at least chatting and talking. So you put together a better timeline. And all of you love the chat. Well, we love all of you being here in the chat. Now, there is a picture that was taken by a neighbor from across the street that shows that Brian Albert and his wife never came out of the house, by the way, and shows all the commotion, all the fire trucks and all the lights. A very interesting picture that is on the internet and you haven't seen it. Now, in between all this, right? In between all this, the line that got me, okay, tell them, quote, the guy never came into the house. Tell them the guy never came into the house, okay? That's like there's a guy on my front lawn dead or something. What did she say? What were her exact words, when she called 911? But tell them the guy, okay? Tell them the guy. I'm going to repeat that. Tell them the guy never came into the house. who calls if supposedly my best friend who I've thought dead, who calls John O'Keefe the guy when you're trying to discuss all this? Tell them the guy never came into the house. And she had to admit that because that was in a text. All right. So, the jury has to, I think they have to dislike her. I think they have to dislike her, right? Right? They have to dislike her. They have to. Tell her the guy never taken the house. And then when Kerry Roberts, who they've now like brought in to do this time, oh, she's telling them everything. Isn't that great? She's telling them everything. She's telling them everything. Yeah, everything that you wanted to say so that you don't have to say it. And they were so excited about that. And, again, I'll go back. Well, if Karen Reed, please, or else we're going to have an episode. There's going to be an episode. An episode of what? Okay. And then she also denied, Alan Jackson before the break went through all the places she stopped that she denied and tried to make up a different story about, I just passed. Well, what the heck? What the heck are you're going through 34 Fairview again? You're trying to get your story straight and all as you go to Lank's house. Now, yes, they're in a break for 40 minutes. So there must be something else going on, whether they're discussing, in the judge's chambers. And by the way, things happen in the judge's chambers you don't know about. She may call them in to discuss certain things in the judge's chambers. All right. I see Madeira Beach Caribou Oasis, Arthur, 208 likes. Carolyn, if you're here, please hit that like button. Hit that like button, the share, subscribe, and the notify. I'm supposed to be saying that all the time because all the other streamers say that all the time. Hit the like button. We tend to forget to do it to the end of the show. But yes, you're here. Hit the like button. I'll give you a chance to do that. And one of you asked, I said we asked about my dress that I was wearing. So I've given the link to Missy, and she's going to put the link of this is actually from Amazon. I know it surprises you all. Beautiful dress from Amazon. I bought her on one of those, deal of the days, which made it even better. But it's so fabulous. It's so soft. It's so wonderful. I wish we could have it in our Justice Served TV merchandise. Which, by the way, here we are. Here's this is the special mug. This is the kind of mug that Micah has. This is the one that has "Where in the World is Justice." You only get that when we do the world is justice. If you find out where Michael Bryant's going, but right now we can't do it because you all know that Michael Bryant has just been going back and forth to Canton. Whoa! I think I just spilled dirty matcha on my dress. So as we wipe this beautiful dress, off, we know that it's eventually going to go to the cleaners right now because I just got so excited. All right, so. What do you think Alan Jackson's going to end with here? Because I don't think he's going to come back and say, oh, Mary ordered 2 mugs. Fabulous. Wonderful. Fabulous. That's terrific. I've got the mugs, and make sure you order the ones I think. Well, you don't have to. You don't have to. You can order the other ones. But I ordered the ones that were dishwasher safe and microwave safe because I'm lazy, but there is another gigantic mug that's not dishwasher safe and microwave safe. So, but it's a lot of, but it's a big mug and it's terrific. And of course, I just ordered 2 more pairs of yoga pants. I'm giving another one as a gift. I had Dizzy make up I don't know how we got into shopping, except that I love shopping. Okay. Dizzy make up a hoodie with a zipper in front. And it only got a small insignia here, but it's embroidered so that I can use it when I play poker, And so that's some new merchandise that's on there. And it's an embroidered insignia. It's not just one of the ones that is printed on. And a very special hoodie. I'm going to have her make up a white hoodie that's going to have all the prints on it. And I don't know if we got to it yet, but the unisex wide leg pants for the summer in white. Because hey, if we're going to do fashion, I want to be able to wear some of this stuff on with you also here, and not just my beanie that says Justice Serve TV. But I do plan to go to a poker tournament. I didn't get to the one that I was supposed to go to last week due to things that occurred in life, so I never got to it. But I plan to go to a poker tournament and scare people with Justice Serve TV, and advertise Justice Serve TV because the merchandise that I've ordered so far has been pretty good. I have to tell you that on one thing I did make a complaint to Justice Serve TV, to me, obviously, it was the tumbler I use. The top lid didn't screw on, and I didn't put it through the dishwasher, and it screwed on initially, and then the second time it didn't screw on. So I assumed that the heat in the cup somehow caused the top lid to just get off kilter a little bit. It shouldn't have. So I did not order. I mean, I would say just wait for about a week until they see what's going on. Oh, Danya Osmond, you got the zip up. It's awesome. Oh, fabulous. That's great. Fabulous. Yeah, one thing I'm good at is shopping and planning and looking at things and shopping, as you all know. As you all know. Poker, shopping, Tubi, and my husband and my son, my loves. Okay. So, yeah, he does that with plastic, Whoopi Hinkle. All right. Danya Osmond, I love a white one. Zip-ups are hard to find. Yeah, there is a white zip-up. The black zip-up is the cotton, is the thicker cotton. The white zip-up is the more of the polyester, but lighter for summer. That one you can't have the embroidery. You have to have the all-over print like you do in some of the yoga pants that are on there. But yes, I'm going to get in the white zip-up. I don't know. I think that's already been put on with it, but I haven't had time to go and look. But yes, you can go under the bottom of YouTube and get to the 30 items. But if you actually go on the purchase, the fourth wall site, our Justice Serve TV, which is really, we get our things from the fourth wall. It has a lot more than the 30 that you can click on with YouTube. You have to go to the store. But why don't we go back to now the trial? All right. Yes, I spilled coffee, as it turns out, dirty matcha all over everything, including the white chair. So this is going to be a project after we leave you tonight to try to clean everything up. All right. So yes, that's where we were. Kerfuffle. The beloved John is called the guy. Tell them the guy never came into the house. Now, Alan Jackson promised in opening that you were going to hear that John O'Keefe went into the house. He didn't say how. I think one of the reasons how is from Ian Whiffen, or as I have hashtagged them, Mr. Wiffleball, testimony that John was in the house because of his report, which he didn't tell the jury about. Again, it looks like they try to hide things all the time. He didn't tell the jury about, but the big circle where the phone has John O'Keefe in the house. Okay? It has him in the house. No doubt about it. And then you also had Brian Higgins' testimony that a tall guy, 6'2", dark hair, was in the house. He didn't say his name. Okay? He was in the house. So I think that between Higgins and between that the science of that you're going to find that John O'Keefe was in the house, and the science of that was the science that was hidden, right? Also, yeah, let's talk about that word nefarious. All right, wasn't that interesting? And I have that here. Let me see if I can find it through my now matcha coffee, dirty matcha coffee that's all over everything. Let's see. It had to do with the 507 call, right? Did you make your 507 call to your sister, Nicole Albert? And she said there was nothing nefarious about it. He didn't ask her that, right? And she said there's nothing nefarious about it. Why did she say that? Because she knows it is nefarious. Okay, she knows it is nefarious because the theory of the defense is going to be that John O'Keefe landed back out in the lawn at 5 o'clock in the morning, which is why he doesn't have, according to the defense medical examiner, they're going to call, why he's not going to have any frostbite, why he's not going to have actually any hypothermia, because his organs aren't going to show any hypothermia. Especially since, remember, he was only wearing a light hoodie, kind of like probably like the light one that I just discussed on Justice Serve TV's sale pages, the small zip up hoodie at all. He wasn't wearing real heavy winter clothes as the first EMT said he was. That was wrong. It's like they always try to help the prosecution, and then they get caught in these lies and don't want to admit it, right? So it really is nefarious. I think it was a clue, because then Alan Jackson said, I didn't say there was anything nefarious about it. I didn't say that, right? Oh, Paula B., thank you again. Gifted 5 Justice Serve TV memberships. We really thank you. Michael Bryant, I know you're probably within years length of this listening, okay? Time to get on doing some episodes for the members, and I know you do all of the time, all right? You are really good at it. I think I've done a couple of them. I did one from Harvard that I was so cold I couldn't even speak, and I couldn't get the whole words out. And we put up another one last week. But Michael Bryan is much better than I am. But we appreciate you, because I'm still working on this. As I told you, we're going to do this finding Stephanie, and I really now have decided that depending the levels of memberships are going to be the ones that are going to be able to be involved in trying to solve this case first. And if that doesn't work, then we'll go out to, once we get things, to the whole membership. And perhaps the members, depending on the level, will be responsible to different things. Well, I'm hearing things in my ear, and I'm seeing the fan, all right? So I think we're going to see now where Alan Jackson will end his cross-examination. And then there's going to be redirect, and maybe there'll be recross, and maybe redirect, and maybe recross.
Please be seated.
So let's go back into court and listen.
So, jurors, that break was longer than I told you it would be. We were waiting for some records to be printed, so it took a while, but we appreciate your patience. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. But before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
Exhibits M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records, or?
No, not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls, yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay,
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again, you're
Right.
being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, at the next line down, or the next phone call from with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay. So there's two phone
Make
calls.
it easy.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form, I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine. Then that'll speed things along. I
Is that the
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor, 10:54 a.m.
Yes,
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
yes,
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
yes,
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
yes,
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
I don't, am I looking at the second one or the,
May I approach you?
Yes.
wait, this one? Yes.
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document, and by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th, at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th, at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st, at 10:16 a.m., do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you.
Was-
And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there
Yes.
in your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly,
Yes.
in the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include, those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote that you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
Object to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please.
All right, so this is perfectly appropriate cross-examination. You can't comment on another witness's testimony, whether it's truthful or lying, but you can say if a report doesn't have it, that report would be an error. That doesn't say that it was purposeful or not. And now Hank Brennan is again objecting to a simple question. If you told Trooper Tully you had never been Proctor, that would be a lie. That's a simple question. And then Hank Brennan wants to be heard. So we'll see why he wants to be heard. You know, the jury is hearing all this. I think the jury knows that she's told different people different things. The question is why. And then Trooper Proctor, imagine the defense is going to have to bring in Trooper Proctor here. And in some ways, they're going to have the jury hate him if they bring him in. In other ways, he's going to support the fact that the prosecution witnesses have lied because his reports don't have good stuff in them, and put the prosecution in a position that they're going to then have to attack the witness who they have fired. So I don't know exactly what is planned here. Maybe the defense won't call him at all. Maybe he'll just sit out there. But I don't see how those texts of hating, how he hates Karen Reed, aren't important to this case and important to the fact that there's a failure of an investigation. But if this is a failure of an investigation, then of course, then Trooper Proctor's report being an error is not as important. So let me just tell you, while we're doing all this, we have more gifted memberships. Kay Schmidt gifted another 5 Justice Serve TV memberships. Thank you, Kay. I'm trying to show this here. Thank you. I think I just was able to do it myself. Oh my gosh, I'm getting tech savvy. And when I showed you the Paula B gifting 5 memberships, she actually gifted 10, 5 2 times. Okay, I don't know if you intended that, Paula B. And if not, of course, you could take it back. But that was really good. So between the Shy Gal, Paula B, and Kay Schmidt, we have another 20 memberships being gifted to Justice Serve TV. So all of you can become members, and we thank you for your support. But let's go back into this question. Okay, well, you know what? We're going to have to let go back into the area. Going behind TV.
Next question.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth Proctor prior. Well, there was a...
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
If I can break that quote up because it's 2 thick parts.
No, you can't.
So
this
has been asked and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one?
That bag.
Thanks.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between...
apologize.
That's okay. 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh,
50.
50. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein you call, I'm sorry, John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that that call was answered, even though it says, it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown, yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, there
And
were
that,
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes,
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
correct.
You've previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone.
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into to even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often make phone calls, Mr. McCabe?
every day. Every day.
Every day,
Yeah.
hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages, phone, right? Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's
accidentally hit the last thing, the last call, like since I had talked to John.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay?
She is not answering his question. I mean, she just gave the most ridiculous things I've ever heard about it. I made 7 calls, and she says her butt dial because maybe she had the phone in her pocket. But her phone required, because they know this, because they had an extraction, a biometric. You have to look at your phone. Where's my phone? I have to look at my phone, or a passcode. We all know that. Most of us have iPhones, although my partner Michael Bryant does not. He has. He won't get the iPhone. But he does have a Mac. Okay. And that, and then she says, I don't know what to tell you when he says, well, you have to either go to the text app, right? You have to go, here's my phone. I'm going to go to the text app, or you have to go to the phone app to make a phone call. And then what's even more important is when they did the extraction, guess what they don't find? on her phone, they don't find all of these calls he's talking about, because what has to happen, she probably had to go in and delete the fact that she called, but they were found on John O'Keefe's phone. They found on the receiver's phone, John O'Keefe's phone, when they did the extraction. So that intimates a number of things. One, yes, Michael has a Samsung. Thank you, Jenny Platypus. One, that she knows how to delete. Number two, that she's deleted things from that night. Number three, that she is lying because she is sounding so ridiculous. I don't know what to tell you. I look at my phone for years every day, and I don't know that I have to go into the little text thing over here to text. Now you can probably do it by voice, but it still has to be through the text. It's so ridiculous. And the fact that she is not answering the question and the judge sustained an objection again is another ridiculous thing. He has got her in a box. He's got her on the rope-a-dope, and on the rope-a-dope, she's not going to be able to get out of this unless the judge helps her try to get out of it. But I think the jury knows that if you have, because they probably have iPhones too, that to get into your phone, you have a biometric or passcode. And yes, can you, but you hold the screen accidentally and you dial somebody, but you're talking 7 calls in a period of over 19 minutes, it was said. So it wasn't like she just butt dialing here and there, okay? Because her phone is going to stop, and she's got to pick it up and she's got to look at it. I think it's ridiculous. Let's see if Alan won. Alan, that's
I'm
Yes.
sorry. Jumping the gun.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
okay.
Just make you aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct.
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose a person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
I'm sorry,
missed
for
call.
7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What
Okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began to engage with your phone at
Yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
You use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times
Oh,
about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Oh, the record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
Doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
And
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report,
Sure.
okay.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record, you have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27? I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you? Been asked
I've
about
been
them.
asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
he hasn't even
If you could
answered.
show me this Google search,
He's talking about the other
I'd
group.
appreciate it.
I have a moment now.
Yes.
He hasn't even answered that. She's anticipating it. Because remember, normally she made other Google searches before that. The open tabs were, and therefore that's why at 2:27 a.m., according to the prosecution, the hostile to die in the cold. And he's also, is pendant to under the browser Safari, because Safari generally uses Windows, right? It doesn't use tabs. You have to elect to use tabs. And then, of course, if you use a tab, what I was saying to Michael Bryant this morning, you could close down and delete that tab. And then when you reopen the old tab at 6 o'clock, you could still go to the one that was reopened because the phone went to that.
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Well, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to sidebar.
Okay, so they're having a problem finding the specific record because who would ever think that she was going to deny now that she can't remember ever being questioned? This is ridiculous. About a 2:27 a.m. Google search. Lady, you're on the stand in front of a jury. You have been testifying in a previous trial. You testified before a grand jury. It's been talked about here. And now you can't even remember a Google search because you know what happened here? She knows she really got hit on those calls to John O'Keefe. And the fact that we just learned that those calls were not found on the extraction of her phone, but were found on the extraction of John O'Keefe's phone leads you to clearly believe that she had deleted those phone calls, right? Thinking they probably wouldn't have been found. And that she's pretty good at it, whatever she did, but she deleted it. And then, so she knew she got hit on that.
We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon recess.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
Wait, object to the way it's presented. What?
Okay, take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column.
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
I'll see
record.
counsel at sidebar.
All right, now this is getting ridiculous. Okay, there's a record that was given, and the records, by the way, for her had to be given. They were also by the prosecution and all. And now there's an extra column that is from extraction, probably an extraction report. And we'll try to do it quickly because we can't get the records, and the judge is now going to see the sidebar. Hank Brennan is objecting. I'm thinking the jury's thinking, what the heck is going on here? I'm supposed to be finding the truth. Why is there always an objection? Didn't I hear about her 227 searches that she's now denying? That she's now that can't remember. She doesn't remember if she used Safari. She doesn't know what a search engine is. Oh, lady, give me a break, especially since you have kids, right? Kids live on their iPhones. They live on their computers. They live on their iPads. Well, maybe not so much the computers, but they live on their iPhones. All right. And she's not remembering that. I mean, I think for some reason, after Alan Jackson got those clearly non-butt dial calls. And by the way, there's other butt dial calls from other witnesses supposedly around the same time, but got the butt dial calls in over 19 minutes that clearly weren't butt dials because there had to be physical interaction with the phone. Okay, that she felt that she got wounded there. All right, and then they don't have the records handy really quickly about the search, and now the judge wants a takedown, is agreeing that something that's a record that probably has been seen in both trials we can't go after her on this. We're going to give her time to sit there. Well, surely have time to sit there to make up and concoct a story, or she's going to have time to sit there. She's going to get real nervous because I'm noticing a difference now. I don't know about you, but in her demeanor, I'm noticing a difference that she thinks that she has been caught in some way because of that. And now she's thinking, well, why are you asking that? Well, I don't know whether I made a search. Well, of course, you've been testifying to Hakaman Sports and Ozone in trials. Let's go back and listen. I don't even want to go behind TV right now. I'm going to listen to this and you'll see my reaction.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrite record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
It's at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Dian Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Dian Cold?
I object to her reading the record.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Dian Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone Hoslong to Dian Cold. Is that right?
Yes, after we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of how long to die in the cold. Hoslong to Dian Cold, how long T.I. Dian C-I-K-D, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve,
Is that
yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days
Yes or
following.
no? You discussed it? Or no?
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
So
that.
in the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. All right, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Okay, this is ridiculous that she's sustaining this because this goes to how she's trying to change her testimony to possibly help her friend Carrie Roberts. I mean, this is really great ending to what I think is going to be what his ending of the cross examination, because he's going to have Richard Green say there was a 227 search. Axiom picks it up. Celebrate picks it up. That somebody has deleted that search at 227. That it has nothing to do with the tabs that were still open, because if you delete that one tab in that search, you could still use the other open tabs to Google something at 623 or 624, and that this goes to the fact that indeed she never corrected anything about the fact that that Carrie Roberts lied to the grand jury, or that Carrie Roberts and she discussed it. You'd have to be crazy not to believe that they haven't discussed it. You have to be crazy not to believe that she doesn't know that Carrie Roberts last week denied making this at all. She's gonna say, "Oh, well, there's a sequestration order. I didn't." But I think that it's incredibly important as to how this witness is now shaping her testimony, because she knows what Carrie Roberts testified to at the grand jury. And now her demeanor, ever since we've gotten those 19 minutes of John O'Keefe, her demeanor has changed. She knows that she's wounded. She knows that she's vulnerable, in my opinion. The jury, I don't know, however, if they know the incredible importance of what they're hearing right now, right? We know because we've lived through 2 trials. That's why we know it. But this is incredibly important, especially since we're hearing the fact that it's likely she deleted the calls that she made to John O'Keefe. It's incredibly important if she knows that, and she now knows that she wouldn't say, by the way, initially, that Carrie Roberts and her discussed before grand jury the issue of the Google search. And then after being pressed, even though there was some objections, Alan Jackson kept going at it in a different way. Remember, I told you a good attorney can ask the question in a different way and get around the objection generally, unless the judge is going to check on everything. All right. They discussed it before Carrie Roberts went into the grand jury.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Judge.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
Have you read that?
No.
I will bet.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the 2 of us she had sent Carrie off.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, you saw what she put down,
Yes.
and you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes,
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
she wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No,
Have you discussed this with anybody?
no, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Sarif.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Did you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Did it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, the female?
I'm not sure could I listen to it again?
With the court permission one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Miss Reed, and Miss Roberts. Correct?
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No,
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Miss McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Can you pause this? Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. Can you pause it, please? Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes,
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Miss Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right,
Speaking to someone?
yes.
Who is that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Miss Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? Can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. You pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it? Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 20:22, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You've just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it. Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between and
was.
among you and Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed?
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes,
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, when you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High-intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes,
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
yes,
You knew that minutes counted, right?
yes,
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes,
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
yes,
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and
And
I
you didn't
wanted
say-
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no, do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders?
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. McCabe?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked with 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered, correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break?
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay,
and I'll wrap it.
okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right, jurors, lunch and break. Let's take 40, 45.
Woo!
Follow behind.
Woo! Let me ask you a question. Blessings from Texas.
Holy cow.
Talking about Karen Highland now behind me. But I want to ask, what would happen if a juror uttered something spontaneously, like seriously, or just answer the question in the cross of Karen Reed, such as this? Well, then the jury probably gone. But even the judge, when Alan Jackson said 2 more questions, we knew it wasn't 2 more questions. And he
No, but he had he had the crescendo planned, and the judge was trying to step on him.
And after she said she did know, she says, I didn't know at that moment what had happened.
Yeah.
Woo! Michael Bryan, I know you were listening the whole morning.
Yep. And you were besmirching my Samsung phone. I heard that. No besmirching.
I was besmirching it. Thank you, Blessing in Texas, for your donation. Thank all of you. Let me tell you, Michael, that everyone's been so generous this morning. You have no idea how much bail money you have when you get arrested.
Very good. I appreciate that. So I mean, Alan Jackson did a great job. He started very slowly and kind of made the points that he needed to make. And then when it got ugly, despite Judge C trying to help the witness at every turn, help the prosecution at every turn, he made his points. Did you hear at the very end of her testimony there where she had to throw in the taillight pieces found by the body?
Right.
Out of the blue, out of nowhere. And there were taillight pieces by the body. What? It's just so scripted. It is nauseating.
And it was so, Alan Jackson came in with a different bent, in handling her. He won most of the objections at Sidebar. He came back and,
of course,
if he didn't win them, he won that he could go in another way. He wore her down. Michael, it was unbelievable. It was a great cross-examination. It really was. I have to say, I thought the other day was a great cross-examination, except it kept getting stifled and stopped by the judge. But today, he didn't give he couldn't, the judge really couldn't do anything, right? It was
because when he would ask for a sidebar, when she would sustain objections that should not have been sustained, he would ask for a sidebar so he could make his record. I'm not sure he thought he would actually win the day, but he had to make a record, and he did. And then he seemed to win 90% of those sidebar discussions because they should never have become sidebar discussions. They never should have been sustained objections because they're very proper cross-examination questions. There were so many. None come to mind off the top of my head, but it had to do with everything from things she may have seen, contradictions in various testimony or statements made to police. Anytime it got close to revealing how this witness has changed her story over time, has embellished her story over time. Anytime we got close to anything on that front, objection, and sustained, and now it's sidebar time. So he prevailed.
It looked like the prosecution was trying to hide everything, right?
Of course.
And that's the problem when you get to that. The jury's sitting there listening, even to the point of Carrie Roberts. The discussion testimony with her. No one is going to believe that she doesn't know that Carrie Roberts has retracted her grand jury testimony. No one's going to believe that. No one.
No, of course. And then she kind of twists on that topic and then confirms, well, Carrie wasn't even there. It was just the two of us. Carrie had gone off to do something else. So in one breath, she doesn't know that what Carrie had said before even existed, I guess, or that it was outed as a lie. And now it all makes perfect sense because it was just her and Karen Reed that were in the car at that point. It's the way she makes those maneuvers is both impressive and frightening at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, she thinks she's helping them and all, but that was unbelievable. And then the way he came around to saying John O'Keefe is your friend. He's on the ground. You call him the guy. You call him, first of all, going back to something that you probably heard earlier tell them the guy never came into the
Yeah,
house.
the guy never went in the house.
So that goes along with there's a man on the front right. There's a man on the front lawn. The guy never came in. There. The man on the front lawn. There was some animosity there. I'm now seeing against John O'Keefe. I mean, the whole clan of them, animus. And then he's dying in seconds count. And could you think of anybody on the street between here and here? No. Well, how about the 34 Fairview? Could you think of anybody who's trained life saver?
Maybe a first responder. I don't know. Somebody who's been in the biz for 30 years. Anybody come to mind? Well, my brother-in-law. Oh, no shit. So why? Oh, well, I was too concerned about John and having in-depth conversations with anybody who would listen to her at the scene as she's gesticulating. And remember, if you believe her story, she's only been aware of this whole thing for about an hour from the time she got that first phone call at 4:53, and now it's just after 6. What has she got to tell? What does she know that takes so long and takes repeated discussions with the cops? There's just not that much.
No.
But she's got it. She's got the story, whatever it is, and she's sharing it with anybody that will listen. While she's also making a couple of calls that aren't answered, that are now in her testimony unimportant. Everything she could possibly do to help, except knock on the front freaking door 30 feet away.
And then all this, all those things that she knows, all of a sudden, what she doesn't know what a search engine was. You made a Google search, well, I don't know if it was Google. Like, oh, come on, lady.
Yeah, I think she's talking about the whole 227 like that has never been discussed before. A search 227. I just don't remember. I don't know.
Love the way he said it. Paul, who told you to say I apologize? Because that's what she kept saying. Yes, I apologize. When I apologize, I remember. Oh, I apologize. Oh, come on, lady.
Yeah.
This is going to your point, and our viewers. This is going to Buster in Texas. If you're a juror, how do you not, under your breath, say, "Oh, come on, lady"?
That's it. And Missy has a good point. I guess she actually can do butt searches, which is that. Now that takes some talent. I'll tell you that.
Butt searches, and what she really got caught was the 7 phone calls to John O'Keefe, right? Which had to be because the phone was in her pocket, right?
Yes.
And no one would have known about them because when Selbright did the extraction, guess what?
Not on her phone. Yeah, not on her phone.
It's different than a deleted search. You take away your phone call. That's different than a deleted search. They have, and the only reason they knew about them is because they were on John O'Keefe's phone. What does that tell you about? You want to talk about consciousness of guilt?
I didn't know you could actually delete outgoing calls from your phone. Did you know you can do that?
You can show. You can go in.
And that there's not some sort of record still on the phone.
You have
Well, ours is actually super special because Made in UK 007 and I, we know it is the superior technology, the Samsung technology. It's undisputed.
Well, but then she's trying to say, "Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Here's my. I don't know that you have to go into Google into text. Oh, I don't know. You have to. I mean, it was so ridiculous at the end. She was so ridiculous. Trying to feign ignorance because she didn't know how she was being caught. Right? That had to have been prepped for her, so she didn't know how she was being caught, so she didn't know what to say. I mean, unbelievable. Oh, unbelievable, Michael Bryan. Unbelievable.
Yep, no doubt about it. Well, this is interesting. Google search 227, police report 227 pages, testimony 227. Yeah, the street lord above ain't trying to speak to us, and I don't know. It is bizarre that those 3 digits seem to keep coming back to haunt those that might need to be haunted. I thought there was, we keep focusing on Judge C and her activist role that she's taking in this case. One of the things I found interesting, you tell me in your experience, I've never seen this before. Text messages these days, of course, are used all the time as evidence. They're just normal, right? And quite often you have to lay a foundation of some sort as to who originated it, who received it, something, right? Otherwise, it's not getting into evidence. It's not going to be part of the jury's pile of evidence to discuss. I've never heard a judge tell this jury, basically ignore anything in the texts except for the fact that they're here and that there's been some belief that the person who sent the text or received it acknowledges that they sent or received it. The contents, don't worry about that. Ignore that. Don't worry about that. Just these are the texts to indicate they actually happened. I've
Yeah.
never heard an instruction like that.
No,
Ever.
neither do I. I think she's trying to get around the hearsay because the text messages are coming into, the prosecution needs text messages too. So she's trying to get around technically their hearsay unless somebody says, oh, yes, this is this text I sent. And then somebody can say, this is the text I received. I think that's why she gave that instruction. But it made no sense to anybody, right?
Yeah.
Ignore what's in the text message. How could I know that it's a text? They're going to go back in and they're going to see the text messages. How are they going to ignore what's in them?
That's right. And if you don't lay that fundamental foundation about the source, they're not coming in. So it's just a stupid instruction to give because the instruction suggests maybe they shouldn't come in, but they are. And now you're going to ignore what the contents are. I've just never seen, it was such a labored explanation. It just was crazy. Crazy. I called it the text preamble.
You were listening to it. I thought that today, Alan Jackson's tone, he figured a way around Judge Beverly Cannoni. He was prepared. He figured a way around. He didn't give her the chance today to here's your report. He didn't give her the chance to show her the reports, right? And to say, no, that doesn't refresh my recollection. He went at it without that. And because of that, she couldn't do her normal thing with. And at some point, she said, "Well, can I see the report?" Sometimes she asked to see it, and he just ignored her. He ignored her, and that's how he changed his. That's how he changed dealing with her, because then she couldn't get around that, right? Did you say that or not? Did you say that or not? And then he would
as you sit here today, did you or did you not? Just the way that the new things keep popping up, with the number of pieces of the tail light and the whole, I hit him. All of these embellishments are just so obvious to folks. Again, we try and sanitize ourselves, put ourselves in the jury box with a very little bit of information we may have had that got us on the jury. And you look at that, and it just makes no sense when you're confronted with, here's what you said within a month of the incident or within 2 months at the grand jury. And now here today, you've got all this additional detail and corrections to what was done before. I know we've talked about the cure for dementia is Canton, but it's just unbelievable how people can just throw that in and think that it's not going to be questioned, that it's going to be just taken at face value as legit. I put a poll on. It was almost like a rhetorical poll where we kind of know, what people think. But I was curious anyway. The poll was simply, do you believe Jen McCabe testimony? 89% at this point. 89% say no. Let me refresh it so I can make sure we have let me refresh it like Jen McCabe is like a human refresher on your computer. She's always being refreshed. Okay, 92% say no. 1% says yes, they believe her.
Yeah. That could be your 1% that's just in the self-juror, right?
Could be the holdout. I had some of her testimony as an option, and that was 5%. And I guess, technically you could probably agree. Yeah, there's got to be some truth to some of it. I was driving one day from here to there, although that became questionable too when she was presented with those 10 pages of the mapping, right? That's very interesting, that stuff. Still not sure, 1%. So let's talk about that mapping, because I found that fascinating, and it was a new wrinkle.
There was 10 pages.
And it related to the Lank visit. I'm calling it the Lank visit, where she was either dropping off or picking up a kid. I'm still not too sure exactly what was going on there. But originally, it was something she left out completely of any of her prior testimony or statements, that destination. So when it was questioned, the story evolved that it was one of the kids being either picked up or taken home to the Lank residence, because we know everybody's related to everybody who's related to everybody. So just because he's a cop doesn't mean, they're not also best friends somehow. So that was just an innocent visit. And if I did anything, maybe I went in the house and used the bathroom. But I had no conversation with Lieutenant, was he lieutenant then, a sergeant? Michael Lank. And so this whole pin dot approach, number one, questioned what she really did that day, because she was ping-ponging all over the place.
Right.
Did she actually go from her house directly to his? Did you go to 34 Fairview for some reason prior to going to his? And so it just revealed either some sort of weird plan that she's lying about, or at the very least, a reason she wanted to hide the fact she spent some time, 45 minutes, at Lang's house and didn't get out of the car except to run into the bathroom, and then came back into the cold car to continue whatever she wasn't doing. It just the questions it creates. Does it tell us 100% she went there, gave him statements, or told him the story that they want to sell? If they is this collection of folks who have worked together to collude, we don't know. We have no idea. But the questions it raises are just outrageous. And as we've talked about before, this is the prosecution's case. You know, how does any of this help the prosecution prove their case?
Doesn't get any better. And, you know, Alan Jackson started this morning with the whole 1245 thing, which we talked about.
Yes.
And so he finally, because she was trying to, I said, you told the grand jury, and again, not showing her testimony and everything, they were still there at 12:45. That's how we ended that 2040. So like, that's it. He told the grand jury. So he changed, he changed again. He didn't give her a chance to do her little explanation, her little thing there. So he started with that. So you knew this was going to be different, and you've talked about that 1245 thing. So
I knew it was going to be a huge issue, and we heard her first get around it on direct by just suggesting she never really was concerned about what time it was. She looked out the window 3 times. Well, that's hard to say when you're then confronted with statements and grand jury testimony in which you make it pretty clear, not just 1245 when you noticed, but the big black SUV was still there. 1245. Right. Yes.
Right.
Yes. She was so certain then. It's very hard to be less certain now, especially since your memory's so much better on certain things. But now it's a little fuzzy on the whole 1245 thing. Why would that be? Oh, maybe because there's other evidence that suggests it was not there at 1245. And why is that bad? Because what's going on at or about that time that you think 1245 is an important time for that car to be there?
Exactly. And then, there's this whole idea that she called her sister at 5:07, right? And she knows that the defense is going to make that important because they believe that John O'Keefe's body was put outside about 5 o'clock, right? That's why you have the gap in the phone. And that's why the phone temperature only goes down 7 degrees, because he was probably inside the house. She knows that. And she says, as he asked her the question about, did you make the call? Or just as did you make the call? She says, well, there was nothing nefarious about it.
Yeah, I did note that too. Nefarious. Who just throws that word in? Defensive much? It's like, why would you use that word? And, Alan Jackson, obviously smart dude, he picks up on it immediately. Why would you use that word? Well, because you're suggesting that something nefarious happened, and I'm just telling you it wasn't.
Right,
so,
right.
Mm-hmm.
It's used that word nefarious, and then he goes at her that you only said you saw a crack in the taillights. Very interesting.
Oh my gosh.
That Trooper Proctor's reports that don't have all this in there are the ones that disagree with this witness, right? His witness, I told Trooper Proctor, and his reports and other reports don't have all this stuff in here. So I don't know whether they're going to call Trooper Proctor, because right now
the
jury believes that even though the judge there's objections sustaining, the jury believes that she never, all these reports don't have what she said that they have in there. So, if you call Proctor, then the prosecution can use him as a witness, and maybe he's not going to be called at all.
I would bet a lot of money that he's a gold mine of other things. And I don't know if that's even a weakness, because what they end up doing is saying that either Proctor did a continually shit job in taking statements, so the jury's going to have to believe, okay, that he missed a quote or two, remember broken pieces of a taillight versus cracked taillight. That's the key difference in the statements, according to Jen McCabe, that Proctor, I guess, got wrong. So they're either going to say he's horrible at all things, including he misquoted that statement. Okay, that's fine. I don't think that's bad. I think it's far outweighed by all the things they get to throw on this guy for botching the investigation and perhaps intentionally botching the investigation, which, I don't know, leads to you getting fired maybe.
And also the taillight, pieces. Did he take them out?
Oh yeah, the ones that kept. In fact, I found some more. I was looking around. I found some more. There's when I went by the other day, I found some more. So.
Okay, and you're gonna go by this week, exactly. be there by this week. And then let's see, the guy. Tell them the guy when they're all
Yeah.
having the meeting together, right?
Well,
It's
let me ask, you can look at that. It makes it sound so disconnected and so like they don't know the guy. Why would you tell them the guy didn't come in the house? Do they think because it'd be more incriminating if the note said tell them John didn't come in the house? What's the difference, really?
I guess
There's no other guy. There's no dispute that's the guy.
yeah, well, maybe they're going to try this themselves. Well, if it's just a guy to them, then there's no reason to kill him, right? Or there's no reason to have to cover up with Chloe. Well, there is a reason to cover up. If he gets into an altercation with Chloe the dog and then falls back, let's assume it's not a killing. Let's assume it's not. He gets it. Oh, Chloe bites him, right?
Yeah, he's injured. Yeah,
he's injured. He falls backwards. He hits his head, right? He's now dead. I mean, you got Brian Albert, right? He's dead. He's immediately incapacitated. They're thinking, holy shit, we're going to get blamed for this murder. We got to figure out a plan to do something. So they're in their house figuring out a plan for a number of 4 hours, right? They then figure out, well, they'll put him out in the snow. That's why the phone drops. And so maybe it's a cover up of an accidental homicide.
I could see that. Sure. I could see that.
Instead of like we wanted to intentionally kill him because
I never really thought that. I never thought it was an intentional murder by anybody. And I think, if there was something that happened in the house, a fight, a scuffle, he falls back, hits his head on a countertop in the basement, takes care of that wound right there and causes the concussive effect. And then they got to just throw him out in the snow. Are they doing that because they think he's going to die? No, because then they Google how long to die in the snow. Right. They want to somehow save him maybe before he dies. I don't know.
They don't going to die in the snow because they don't really, whatever.
Well, he tells the story if he survives, obviously, so they don't want that.
Yeah, that's true too. So but and then they've given Carrie Roberts they've done the right away they did that. I didn't realize that timeline was like right then. It was like right then with Carrie Roberts and her sister Denise is writing everything down. And then when they hear the phone call, they say, "Oh, she's telling." They can hear the interviews, right? They're in their rooms. They can hear the interviews. She's telling them everything. Oh, it's all good. She's telling them everything.
Yeah, because
right?
she's got the scripts and she's telling them everything we concocted.
Right. Because of the script and all. And
Karen McCord is asking if there's a time limit on closing arguments. We know there was the first time, and and there was on openings this time. So I would expect it'll be the same. Yeah. Yeah. Because remember, Lally got yelled at when he was going overtime. And so instead of ending his closing with his it was like he whimpered away and sat down. Didn't plan his time very well.
Well, remember we saw that in the Johnny Depp case, the judge in Virginia. When your time is up, your time is up. It's like when you argue before a federal court. When that light goes on, yeah. You could be in the middle of a sentence that's the most important sentence you have, and unless that's it. Stop. Unless some judge says, "Oh, you can finish your sentence."
Right. I just realized that TV is a good practice for that because we learn, hard outs are hard outs when you got to meet a network time or something. So you could work that same thing into your argument. When you see that yellow light come on, you got 30 seconds usually. So you can, make sure you fill your 30 seconds with the most important 30 seconds you've got. But that's the talent. And Lally apparently doesn't have that. I would not be surprised to see Brendan a little more surgical with his.
Yeah, no, he's experienced. Brennan's very, very experienced. And that's, I just wonder how this case is going in. He started out by showing that the jury shouldn't like Karen Reed, that she was drinking, that she did these interviews, that she didn't look very nice in the interviews. But we're kind of disjointed here, and then he wants to get everyone in to say, I hit him. It's not in any reports. I'm not sure. I guess that's come out, that it's not in any reports. And then he's with Karen. Then he goes with Jennifer McCabe. I guess to tell the story again. I hit him.
A few times, yeah.
And figuring that by the time then he gets to the medical examiner, it doesn't matter that they can't say that this was a homicide because well, they're just probably inept because here we have evidence that she said that she hit him. Maybe that's this theory.
Let me track the Jen McCabe embellishments that seem to have a theme, and that is the recollection of Karen Reed saying, "I broke my taillight, I cracked my taillight." We know that she is now claiming, McCabe is now claiming that at 4:53, the very first phone call, that in that call, Karen Reed throws in the "I cracked my taillight." In that call, right? Now we know the only way that would have been possible is if it happened at the scene, 34 Fairview, when at or about the time she dropped off John O'Keefe, right? Because we know it cracked when she bumped into the car at John O'Keefe's, leaving at 5-ish the next morning.
Well,
But
the jury hasn't seen that yet.
we haven't seen it. The jury hasn't seen it yet, but we know that's what's coming. But by saying it happened in that very first phone call, it supports her later embellished testimony about broken in pieces. It all relates back to her having heard that prior to the car ever touching any of John O'Keefe's property. And it could only have happened earlier in the evening when, as the prosecution suggests, she bumped into, knocked down John O'Keefe. So that little embellishment has followed through her testimony, and starting with that very first phone call, which I hadn't heard before. So I think, yeah. So and again, it ends with her very last cross-examination answer, where John O'Keefe's laying on the. All I cared about was John O'Keefe on the snow in the front yard with taillight pieces around him, like sprinkled around him like confetti. What are you talking about?
Taillight pieces around him. I mean, she just had to throw. She can't help herself. She couldn't help herself. Now, maybe the jury thinks, oh, really? There's taillight pieces around him, well, then she has to be guilty. Maybe that's what Hank is doing. He's figuring, I'll get this all out, objectionable or not, but it's something will stick because I'm going to throw it all against the wall.
I think if he hadn't planned this, if Alan Jackson hadn't planned this crescendo as he did, which was great, timing was great. We knew he was going to get stepped on, and so he built that up. I think it would have been fun to kind of dig into that. Taillight pieces. When did you first see those, and where were those? And because she's saying now at that moment she sees taillight pieces. That's new.
That's brand new. She never said that before. Now are they when they come back, is Alan Jackson going to say, Your Honor, I have one more question? Hank Brennan will do redirect because there's one more question about the taillight pieces, or maybe it was for something.
I don't know. I mean, if he thinks he made his points and doesn't want to, limply finish, and then Brennan can start trying to resurrect her testimony, he leaves it alone. Maybe it comes up as just another aside during closing, or maybe he asks another witness about it.
Or maybe it comes up in recross, right?
Yeah, exactly. Again, if Brennan gets into it, which I doubt that he will, if he doesn't get into it on redirect, then technically he shouldn't be able to get into it on recross. Yeah. Technically. Maybe you bring it up, though, when you get to some other witnesses on who were there. And so, did you see any taillight pieces laying around? You may be unaware that Jen McCabe, who was one of the first on the scene, saw taillight pieces. So.
Unbelievable is all I can say. Unbelievable. I mean, unbelievable. Let's see. But he says, but you did Google. The other thing he did is but you did Google how long to die in the snow, along with how the second search. And she says, you don't deny that, do you? And she had to say no, right? Even though she denies at the time she do it. But and you just saw the Celebrite report, right? And it said that the search was there, and then it was deleted. And so she had to admit that was there. She had to admit that was there. Although the judge kept trying to sustain the objection about whether or not she's ever seen it. Of course she's seen it. That's the second gosh darn trial.
I mean, even as early as we are in this trial, that time, the jury knows that time is pretty darn important. And this woman was key to that time. And to make it sound like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sure when I did it, how I did it, who I searched, where I searched. I don't know. I just don't know. I was stressed. It was a traumatic thing. I was in shock. She was in shock at least 3 days later from one of her statements that was made. I mean, I'm sure it was traumatic. It was a friend, but I don't know if you're still in shock 3 days later.
Yeah, I don't know about that yet. Linda for okay. I love the name. Okay. Personally, I don't see how you limit a closing when you have a wide-ranging conspiracy of those collaborators going off. Judges limit closings. You can have a trial for 4 months, and judges will say you have an hour. And my recollection is in Massachusetts, it doesn't matter. It's an hour. So
You know, I kind of think it does a favor for everybody, to be honest with you. Attorneys generally think so much more stuff is important than might really be. They, because they're immersed in the case. But to the jury, they get it. They get the broad brush. If you go in and hit the right bullet points, punctuate the right critical issues, an hour is plenty. And after that, you're going to start losing them. And a lot of people think that the closing doesn't really sway anybody anyhow. I don't know if,
closing does is as our jury consultants will tell us, you have to give the bullet points for your people to go in and argue, especially if it's just a hung and you're going to be on the other side of the not guilty, right? You're giving the whole idea of the closing is to give those points to your people that can argue for you, clear, concise.
You mean people on the jury that can argue for you with the other jury members, right? Right.
And so all you need is a short closing for that. Here's a chart. This is the reason why he's not guilty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because they've heard it. They've got the vibe, right? They know the vibe.
And you don't need to belabor every little nuance of every piece of evidence. Although as an attorney, it's very hard to have a normal conversation with any attorney who's in the middle of trial, because all they're thinking about is the trial. They are immersed in it. Everything. Am I right?
Right. Even shopping. I stopped shopping during trials. Now you know how hard that is, because everything is focused to everything. Do exhibits go back into the jury room? Yes, they do, unless it's a gun with bullets. And that technically they don't go back unless they're asked to see the gun. Then the gun is checked and all, and then it may go back with a court officer with the gun, or not. Sometimes they will allow a gun that's been checked. There's the bullets and the gun never go back at the same time. I can tell you that.
Yeah, that might be dangerous. Talk about 12 angry men. Whew, yeah, that could be bad. That could be bad. Somebody, we have a hung jury here, but we're gonna fix that. Just to give us another minute. Yeah, that would not be good. So I don't have any problem. I don't have any problem with the time frame, and it's good TV as well. Because look at ASAP Rocky. They let them roll. They just got to, Joe Tacopina, our buddy, and John Lewin. They went. I think Joe went 4 hours. Does that sound right?
I think he went
more than 4, like 4.5.
Like 5 hours.
And think about that case. Think about that case. For those who didn't follow it, it was an alleged assault with a deadly weapon, 2 counts against ASAP Rocky, acquittal on both. But it was a relatively tight sequence of events from a given night.
Right.
And that was it. 4.5 hours. In part it was because one of the witnesses had so much to deal with. He was very Jen McCabe-like, but a little more violent, a little more outspoken, but equally unbelievable. But anyway, 4.5 hours. So.
Linda for okay. This is interesting. This is just coming past us here. Let me see if I can see it.
I think you just like the name.
Yeah, I do. Having served on 2 juries, now I like this. As the 4 men who was volunteered on both, I appreciate a concise summary of the facts and the evidence. If it's a long trial, I would appreciate reconnecting the dots. There you go.
Yeah, right? And that's all. And that's sometimes all you have to do. Remember who the first witness was? We're only on day 8, but first witness that was Dr. Nuttall.
Nuttall, right? Yeah.
First responder. Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing a coat.
Also heard for the first time ever. I hit him for the first time ever. They're all like
3 times. No, he reported hearing it twice before, and now it's 3 times. So that was his embellishment.
It's ridiculous. Everyone can understand that she think, did I hit him? Could I hit him? And you don't even know if somebody suggested that to her too. Maybe you hit him. We don't even know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And to me, that was, again, we've always talked about the first count versus the second, and accidental versus intentional. that's a perfectly human response to an unknown circumstance. You knew he was there, you let him out of your car, and then you took off, and now here he is. He's in the snow, struggling to live. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And in your mind, you're thinking, did I somehow back up? Did he bump into me as I was? All of those. That just seems very natural to me.
Kevin Hankey Brennan said they got an hour and a half last time. I thought it was an hour, but if it was an hour and a half, that's long for Massachusetts, boy.
I did that. Maybe they got because the prosecution has the burden. Did they get an hour and a half, and they got an hour, and then they split? They had a rebuttal of half an hour, and then the defense was an hour in between. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure.
I thought it was an hour, and I think Massachusetts, like New Jersey, the defense goes first, the prosecution goes last. Whoever has the burden of proof goes last.
But they didn't allow a rebuttal then.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I don't think this Massachusetts is a rebuttal state. It's not like that.
I do find, because I don't remember it from the first time, the information about if she pleads, this will go away.
First time, yeah, and this was the same day. I mean, this was
it was like within 24 hours, wasn't it? Later that morning of the 29th,
if she pleads, I have to find my exact notes.
Otherwise, it's going to be an episode, whatever that means. A soap opera. I mean, that's just a bizarre thing to say.
Yeah.
Unless you are that early on trying to set somebody up. I mean, if you don't know what happened, there's this guy dead or dying on the front yard. The body's barely cold, so to speak, and you're already talking about this person who's outside your group, not just being a suspect, not just being arrested, but already thinking about pleading out.
Yeah, so 3 hours later says let's call, because Proctor made up his mind, right? And then they say, well, if she pleads, it's not going to be an episode. That's why it was all that time. It was like so short.
To me, that was huge. That was a huge thing. That the pleading issue.
I don't remember hearing that on the first trial. Now, maybe,
I don't either. I don't have perfect recollection, but I don't remember it.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been there, but I don't remember hearing it. I mean, nefarious.
Yeah, nefarious. And you know where that comes from. That's in her trial prep, where she's told, they're going to try and make it look like you've done something nefarious, right?
Yeah, you're right.
That's what their goal is going to be. So that word, not exactly, hey, can you pass the nefarious muffins? I mean, it's not like a word you use in just casual conversation. But for her, it was almost like a light went on. Yep, they're trying to do what I was told they were going to try and do. Make it look like I did something nefarious. That it wasn't nefarious. Oh, why do you say nefarious? I mean, that was a gift.
Yeah, that was absolutely. Why did you say that word nefarious? Because it's so. You know what? It also sounded so nefarious, right? You got this. Yeah, I didn't say it was nefarious. Well,
yeah.
Made the phone call. I didn't say that was nefarious that she made the phone call to your sister. Why do you say that? Right? But I have to tell you, I give Alan Jackson credit, because not only did he have to come back after the tongue lashing that Judge Bev Canone kept trying to give him, and the lashing she keeps trying to give him, but then today she tried to do a number of stuff, and he just went right back at her. They were ready. And did you see Alessi also? I think Alessi had researched all this, because he's running up, and he's got this little pad when he runs up. Okay. So I think he had everything, every single bit of.
Probably got citations and everything.
Yeah, we did that. We did that in Hernandez. That sometimes the attorney who's doing it will argue it, but sometimes you'll have your co-counsel who had already researched the night before argue it. And unless the judge says no, screw it. It's the way it happens.
Yeah, but you make a record, and there you go. I mean, that's all you really. If you get her to rule in your favor, all the best. But you got to make the record.
Yeah.
Paula B says, I'm so glad AJ brought up, weren't you concerned that something may have happened to your sister and brother-in-law after finding John O'Keefe? He didn't ask that last time. And that was all part of that big crescendo, which is, what you're trying to do. She kept saying over and over how she was trying to do everything she could for her friend, right, who's on the ground, dead or dying. I would do everything I can for him. You mean, I don't know, something crazy like walk 50 feet to the door, 30 feet to the door, knock on the door, and have a 30-year plus first responder cop come and help.
Right.
Even
Back-
just get blankets, warm water, no, we're going to go to the car where I have some baby blankets. Well, that's a good idea. Maybe you have some Kleenex in there too. You can use that and to help warm the body instead of going into the house that's right there.
Yeah.
It's such a common sense reaction. People put themselves in that position. What would I do? A friend, loved one is injured. I could see some minor hesitancy, if you didn't know the people in the house, right? And somehow you found.
I wouldn't walk up because I
No.
could shoot you.
Well, yeah. I think I probably still would, because first of all, now there's a commotion on the front lawn, so I'm thinking that's going to raise some sort of concern. I would think for a beat. Okay, I don't know them, but I can't help it. This is my friend. I got to do what I can. I'm going to knock on their door. You were just at this house. This is a relative. Your sister lives there with her cop husband. It just makes no sense. And I think that's the best way to approach any of these things for a jury's understanding. Common sense. What would you do? Because every time I'm telling a story, I want to put them in that position. What would you do? What you do is everything you could to find somebody who could help, like the guy who lives in the house.
Because she wasn't giving the CPR and stuff at that time, right?
She said she was asked to take over, but that's all kind of gray, because the most she's doing with her hands the whole time is talking to the cops. That's all I saw. So I don't know how much time she had to be doing any sort of CPR.
So Maiden UK 007. Hello, Maiden UK 007. What is the significance of Jackson identified Jen's sister Denise? Because she was writing the outline, so it's all the family, right? There's no outsiders there. They're all doing it together.
He was the company secretary.
Yeah, and all. And so, and she had the hesitancy. She didn't want to identify her. Well, my sister. Well, what's her name? Denise. What's her last name? And she goes, well, is she here in the courtroom? So again, it was just this whole idea that this is like, a mafioso, so to speak, a grouping, right? Mark Wardle asks, why was the fact that the Google search was deleted suppressed? The Google search deleted was suppressed. It wasn't, because it's there. It's there in the original Celebrate search, and it's there in the Axiom search, the Google search, right? So
and Whiffen talked about it, but he remember that was he doesn't know how it was deleted.
Has no idea how it was deleted. No idea.
It was an event,
or as he says, software confusion.
Confusion.
Or maybe you're trying to help the prosecution and you want to sell all your stuff to law enforcement, so you want to make sure you make them happy. I don't know. I thought his testimony was a disaster on it. But I was talking to you. If you have you open your Google search in a window, you can delete that search. You can go in and delete that search, and then if the other tabs still remained open, because remember, like if you use Mac, you can have both tabs, and you can have not so much in Safari, but you can also in Safari, you can have tabs, and you can have the window open the next thing in a tab or a window, whatever. So your free tabs then stay open. Presumably 100 years later, you can go back and that tab's open, use it, and it'll show it the search occurred 100 years ago. But that doesn't mean you couldn't have had another tab that was deleted.
Yeah, and so I'm not sure how clear, certainly through Whiffen, that it was about what deletions took place and whether it were tabs, searches, both. I'm hoping that the defense experts will clarify how that all took place.
Yeah, because Whiffen said something about, there was 4,000 things deleted. Well, she didn't look. There wasn't 4,000 things that night. There was only one thing that night that was deleted, and her phone. She had to delete the record. I'm going to here. Let's see. I'll go into my record. Let's see. Hold on. Here's my phone. I don't want to delete my phones right here, but if I go in here, I can delete this call that I made, and then I have to go, and it's actually a double delete. You delete it, then you have to go down to the delete section, and then go into delete and delete it again, and it tells you they're gone. So you can do that. So it means that she had to do a double delete for each of those 7 calls. She had to pick them. Right? Delete. Then she had to go into the delete folder and then delete again, because they weren't on her phone, and that's not like a search in Google. the phone call record is different. It operates differently than the search in Google. And the only way they found them is because they were on John O'Keefe's phone. He didn't have time.
Again, yes. Again, Almighty Pork. Safari is Apple's built-in web browser. It comes embedded in all Apple devices, iPhone, iPad, Mac, regardless of which search engine you use. Yes, and they keep.
Use Google. Google, on Safari as your search engine.
What's
I
that?
have the choice of picking Google as my search engine. Yeah, they can't. They once had it that you couldn't change.
Yeah, I think it defaults to the Apple built-in web browser, and then you can change it.
Department of Justice said that they couldn't do that anymore a long
Yeah,
time.
that sounds like a fair trade issue.
I choose Google online because you can, just like if you're in Bing. Remember Microsoft had it.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So
I never used it, but I remember it.
Yep.
So let's talk about this search, because last week, is it Friday again? It is. Last week, when Miss Shorty was on in your stead, doing her best to fill your Jimmy Choos, and we know that's a very difficult job. But
Choos, I'm sorry.
You don't like Jimmy Choos?
He doesn't know the difference between a Louboutin, a Chanel, and a Manola, but that's okay. We'll forgive you for that.
What about a Jimmy Choo? No Jimmy. Aren't they good shoes?
They're very uncomfortable shoes. I've never owned a pair of them.
Oh.
Anyhow, but before you go there, Karen McCourt, do you think Denise will be called about the timeline meeting?
I don't know.
Now, she's not to offer unless the prosecution calls her and says,
I was looking for my list. I'm sure she's on. Where'd my list go?
Well, she would be in the courtroom. She's in the courtroom. She can't be.
Yeah, well, that's why I wanted to see if she's on the list.
She's not sequestered. So she's not on the prosecution list. She can't be. That's why.
Look at that list. I can't hardly read it. It's so tiny.
That's why Alan Jackson asked if she's in the courtroom. Could you point her out? She ain't coming in now.
Yeah, and she's really a peripheral witness that they're getting in all they need without her. I mean, I guess if she was going to be totally honest, she might be able to give some feedback on what that dynamic was like when they were putting the list together. Maybe. Was anybody, directing the way in which the list was put together? Just, I think it becomes too much, and that's probably why she's not on the list.
Olivia's in our chat. Hi, Olivia.
Hey, Olivia.
Whiffen blatantly lied about Jen's Google search. His theory requires 6 a.m. searches to have been made in the same tab as 227. They were made in different tabs. I'll do a post on this. That's what I said to. Did I say that to you, Michael Bryan? When I talked to you either last night or this morning, I said, look, you make a different tab, you search, you delete that. You can then have the 2 open tabs as you have, and then search from those 2 open tabs to 623, 624. But your 227 tab is deleted. Exactly what I was trying to explain. And I just try cases, and I know this. Okay? And so I think you're absolutely right. Make that point. We've been saying that here, Olivia. I love you. I love you. I love you for backing me up.
He's making it sound like, well, a tab's a tab, and therefore that tab being open and reused for a different search is all lumped under a tab. That's a very simple way of him explaining how it could look like that search was at 227 for House Long to Die in the Cold. So let's talk about House Long to Die in the Cold as
thank you. Before you do that, you have a couple questions to answer, Michael. Okay, but I want to leave Olivia's thing. I want to come back to that, Olivia, because that's exactly right, and that's why Celebrite picked it up initially, and that's why Axiom picked it up, and that's why he had to use his own little software to try to explain it away because of what the prosecution wanted.
I tell you, I believed it better the first trial, than in this trial with Whiffen.
Yep.
I did.
Wiffleball, as I call him, Mr. Wiffleball. As far as I'm concerned, he had holes plugged in him. Just bat him away.
Okay, go ahead and do what you're going to do, so I can continue with my riveting story.
I have a bunch of questions to ask. Okay. This kind of goes along with it, Mark Wordle. Why was the fact
we already saw that one? Yeah, we saw that one.
Karen Court, we talked about
that one.
Okay, one more, Michael.
Hey, okay, is AJ finished? Yeah,
they finished. I don't know. He said he was, but you never know after that. That there could be that. One
it was unclear at best. I think they probably have a little discussion at lunch with the team. What do you think? Should we leave it? Let Brennan do his his redirect, and then we'll recross. My gut tells me that's what I would do, because I think I think you lose such momentum. And if he had maybe 2 or 3 stray questions left,
I kind of agree.
it's not very effective to just start that and then walk away. It's like, boom.
So
It's
I
like,
just coming back and saying, hey, where in the grand jury did you say, and then the thing pieces, or did you, you
yeah,
know,
the tail light pieces. I know. I do.
not where in the grand jury. You're going to find nowhere in that grand jury, right? And then she'll say, I'll have to review the 227
Yeah.
pages.
So I don't know. I gave a lot of interviews. I testified a lot. I really don't know when I first said it, when I did. And I'll tell you when you first said it, about an hour and a half ago. That's when you first said it. Okay, so
you can do. I just put Olivia's back up. Thank you. I just want to thank Olivia for joining. Olivia, we really want to have you back on soon. I know Mrs. is going to reach out because you're saying that everything that you've been posting. Quite frankly, we should be reposted. I think did I repost you this morning? Yes, I think I did, because you were absolutely right on target.
Here's something I would be asking Jennifer McCabe about that search, and maybe they'll get to this if it somehow works into a recross. As Miss Shorty and I were discussing, I said, why in the world would you put, somebody says, search hypothermia, again, assuming that Karen Reed said that to Jen McCabe, look up hypothermia, do a search. And that translates in Jen McCabe's mind to how's long to die in cold. Okay. First of all, hypothermia doesn't necessarily mean you're going to die. It's a condition that could lead to death, as it did in this case. But why wouldn't you look for how long to survive in the cold if you're going to twist that?
Right.
Why would you ask how long to die? Because you need to know that information, because if he doesn't die, you're screwed. I mean, why would you search for how long to die? I'd be asking that question. If Karen Reed, Miss McCabe, you've testified that Karen Reed asked you to search hypothermia. Why didn't you search hypothermia? Let her figure out some answer to that. Well, you actually searched how's long to die in the cold. Weren't you hoping your friend would survive? Weren't you hoping that his condition was not fatal? Why would you not search then how long can he survive in the cold? I'd love to hear that back and forth.
Yeah. She's going to say, she told me to do it. She told me to do it. I was just doing it.
Yeah, but she said, I mean, unless she lies again or changes her testimony because she has better recollection now, 3 years later, the word has been hypothermia from the beginning. She told me to search hypothermia. In my weird mind, I turned that into how long to die in the cold. I just think that's an area that needs a little probing.
It's really weird. I mean, you're absolutely right. As a matter of fact, we did a cutout of that discussion you had with Miss Shorty, with Lisa Shorty, about that, where you on the air asked her to Google that, right?
Yeah. Well, because that was that was another question I had was, well, how long does it take to die in the cold? And I knew, obviously there are variables, how much clothing you're wearing, what's the health of the person, the age of the person, how cold is it? But we came up with some parameters. I think it was something like 45 minutes to 3 hours, something like that.
Well, it depends on the temperature. I mean,
of course,
people fall, in plane accidents who end up in the ocean may die of hypothermia really quickly, right? Because it's so darn cold, right? Outside air temperature, water temperature, but it depends.
Well, yeah, my point would be if in fact he was in the cold from 12:30-ish, right?
Right.
As Mr. Whiffen would say, 12:30-ish.
Well, Mr. Whiffen doesn't know the temperature.
Yeah, for him it's either cold or it's not. Don't worry about the temperature.
And it's in Celsius because he didn't convert. He can't convert.
He can't convert. Yeah, and he doesn't.
He doesn't know what freezing is in Fahrenheit. Okay.
I was amazed at that. It's 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit. That's freezing. Whoa. I'm glad you weren't my physics teacher. So now what was I going to say?
I'm sorry.
So if he's out there in the cold in 12:30, he's down, right? That's according to the prosecution. He's out there now. That's when he got hit. Now you're 5+ hours later. I'm going to tell you, in most conditions, and it was around 28-ish or so, the real cold weather came after the front passed, which is very normal, as I know from my weather days. The front comes through, 28, 29, perfect for snowmaking. Then it goes past, temperature drops into the teens. That's normal. So at 28-ish degrees, 5 hours without gloves, without, one shoe, with a sweatshirt on, I don't think it's going to be good. I don't think the survivability is very good. And they did find a pulse, right? They found some sign that he wasn't dead 5.5 hours later. I just think that suggest that he was not out there as long as the prosecution says.
No, it's just, and the prosecution made such a big deal out of the temperature of the cell phone, but for 5 hours, that cell phone had dropped 7 degrees, and more indicating that it was more likely in a basement, or something, or whatever, whatever.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of the Whiffen testing, which again made no sense, but it showed these drastic drops in the battery temperature, right? By putting it in with your fudgesicles.
Yeah, we have that. We have that again. Do we have that ice chest? His iPhone. He doesn't know that, and he didn't know the temperature of his freezer. And he has a chest freezer. I mean, this is the most unsigned. I wanted to bat myself over the head. Unscientific thing you ever seen.
Yep, and he's with the company, or at least he was before he testified.
Yeah, we'll see.
He was with Cellbrite.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get it now. But boy, I'll tell you what, if he's using his software to then do all this stuff, and then to go to the software committee at Cellbrite may have some explaining to do, especially now since the Commonwealth is saying Cellbrite ain't so reliable in another case. You know what's amazing? How can prosecutors do that? How can they take one position in one case, one position in another case? How can they do that?
Well, they have to zealously represent their clients, but they can't.
Justice, aren't they?
They what?
Aren't prosecutors supposed to go for justice?
Well, of course they are. But they are representing a client, and that's the state, Commonwealth in this case. And so they're pursuing this case as if that's the client. They aren't supposed to do anything inappropriate. They can't lie. They can't misrepresent, but they can take the evidence as they see it and present it in the light most favorable for the prosecution. Only the jury gets to decide if they've kind of gone too far.
It looks like there's some movement in the courtroom, Michael Bryant. Are
you seeing something?
Yeah, I see. Looking like there's some movement. Not the fan yet, but it looks like maybe I don't know if we passed the fan or whatever. But let's tell everybody when this goes. I'm actually going to take a break since I've been on 8:50. You're going to continue to the case ends. I may drop back in, may not. If not, though, we do have our 6 o'clock wrap-up show with Will the Glarer.
Mm-hmm.
But I am so happy Olivia Lambo, if you on Twitter, drop in. She knows this case inside out, and that's exactly. I woke up last night saying, right, I got to tell Michael Bryant this.
I think it was last night that you sent that epiphany.
Yeah. Like in the middle of the night somewhere, because I had insomnia and I was up last night pretty much a lot. And it was like, wait a second, I've done these cases. Today the phone thing really got me though. The phone thing really got me because that has to be a double deletion. She has to go in and pick up all the 7 phone calls. She has to delete them and then she has to delete them again. And that's different than a Google search deletion on your phone because they weren't found in any extraction. That means she got rid of them. Had to. It's her phone.
And also the butt dials that may or may not have happened and need biometric unlocking of the phone. And, I mean, you can time that out on your phone. I didn't hear that discussed, but you can pick a timeout, right, for your phone.
Right. 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute.
30 seconds, whatever, right? So that would be a factor because if 2 calls happen within 2 minutes and your timeout is 5 minutes, well, then you wouldn't have to biometrically reopen the phone to make a call. Still kind of weird, still sort of, convenient, but at least it's an issue. You could fight about that. So I did I just posted a little 45-second thing for our members, just kind of saying, hey, it's about time I'm going to join Linda K. Bodden. You can do those like that. They just take a second. I had the dog, I had the fish from the pond out in the back.
So great. You know why? Because we had 25 new memberships granted today.
Well, I'm sure that'll scare them away.
And I said that we're doing that, and we have a top member. We now have a legal scholar. Is that the
Supreme Court?
Supreme Court. We have Supreme Court. I forgot that. In Massachusetts, I've forgotten the word Supreme Court.
It's a Scottish viewer. I think it's a woman, but I'm not 100% sure. But he or she's in Scotland, and we'll be circling with them.
Talking to that person is part of what they're going to get for being, one-on-one. We have this thing called Zoom now. We can do it. But what you miss is that we had such generous people on today. Madeira Beach caregiver, a $50 donation. Donnie Not Osmond just gifted Justice Served member for 1 month and then gifted Justice Served TV memberships. Madeira Beach again, another $50 donation. for Duncan. It's my Duncan, okay?
That's it.
Segregated fund. Very $100 donation. They're very generous. Touche donation and all. Touche, another. Shy Gal gifted 5 donations. Paula B gifted actually 10 donations. Kay Schmidt 5 donations, and Blessed in Texas another $10 donation. So we very generous viewers today and all. So it looks like
back from the bench. And I told folks in that little note that, you know, we're going to do kind of a split shift thing because we just have life and work to deal with. So yeah, if either of us is around during the other's shifts, obviously we'll pop on, but that's why you or I will be missing it other parts of the day, and then we'll resurface.
Sunday should be in the morning because I know I have mornings. Certainly on, I know 2 days that I have mornings taken up, and we'll try to split shift it.
And then we'll circle back for the recap at night.
At 6 o'clock at night. All right. So, but I'm going to stay with you until they start. You know, let's see what happens, and then I will. I don't know. I maybe I'll just put my 2B avatar up so I can listen. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be popping in and out as well for the same reason. If I'm doing some work and listening, I'll avatar me.
Yeah. And we'll see what happens. If not, I will see you at 6 p.m. because I think she's going to stop at 4 o'clock.
She said 3:40 today, which was kind of weird.
Oh.
So yeah.
Maybe they're only going to get through this witness and no other witness today, which
well, I would not be surprised, and it would make perfect sense to just wring this towel out before you bring in a new one.
And I'm sure Alan Jackson would be very happy instead of giving the prosecution the ability to bring in one of their witnesses and leave on one of their high points as they had planned, you know. And
with the weekend ahead.
Plan. I mean, it's not just him. We all plan it that way.
Yep. All right then. Well, good job, and stick around while you can, and we'll see.
I'm going to stick around for a second to see if Alan Jackson finishes, or if he finished, or whether he came back. I'll stick around and then
look at how far over that Paul O'Keefe has been shunted.
He's all the way now over. I noticed that this morning. He's all the way over to the far seat on that corner there, so he is really far over now. And all, that's the way, quite frankly, if he were making faces or things under his breath or whatever, he should be. I mean,
the camera right now is the perspective of the far. If the box is to your left and right, he's on the far left side of the jury box. If the camera were to immediately pan 90 degrees, it'll catch the witness box, and then if it keeps going, that's the jury. So. Yeah. This is the view the jury has, basically, right across the counsel tables into the gallery, which is, from this perspective, all the O'Keefe supporters.
Oh, here we go.
Jury's coming in.
It's the fan. So I think what I'll probably do is see you at 6 once we see what Alan got.
See if he's going to relinquish. It looked like he was at the lectern because I didn't see him at the table. So he may have a couple more zingers.
After the adding in the taillight pieces scattered.
Yeah, that was too much. And then she said one more time, I hit him. Just at the last second.
Too much.
Can we bring Ms. McCabe in, please? Jurors, I know I said it was a 45-minute lunch. I apologize. No one intended to waste your time on this, particularly when we don't have much time left. Ms. McCabe, please.
Miss Reed, Miss McCabe, whatever. She's only called her Miss Reed twice. Miss McCabe.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. I will see you later.
Mr. Brennan, okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like, it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes, but I mean, obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes,
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street.
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Brennan.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Brennan, please.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain.
Do you think
Panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27, the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind, of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection.
Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. Were you of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home. And you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
You remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No, no.
Sustained.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by?
Yes,
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement.
yes,
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes,
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
yes,
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
no, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and we,
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lang's house
Yes,
and you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
yes,
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
yes,
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone, yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute. You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
Next question, Mr. Blair.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
All right, this has to be really brief.
Yeah, funny how it has to be really brief now, right? Because we've never had sidebars when there have been just the most minor of objections by Mr. Brennan. And she did the first time she steamrolled Alan Jackson. Said, "Nope, next question. Let's just move along." And now she says this needs to be very brief. It's just so obviously one-sided. I don't understand how she thinks it doesn't come off as one-sided. It's really ridiculous. And any objections by Alan Jackson most of the time are overruled. She doesn't like to say the word overruled though. She just says, "I'll allow it." That means overruled in her world. A couple of things I think are interesting, and they blew right past the how's long to die in the cold issue, because if you believe what Hank Brennan got from this witness just moments ago, Jennifer McCabe, those were the words that Karen Reed asked her to search. And I don't think that's true. I don't think that's exactly what happened, because that's a different slant than if Karen Reed asks, assuming it's true, check out, see what hypothermia, what can you find on hypothermia? That's a very different question than, hey, see what you can find for how long to die in the cold. Very different questions, very different requests under pretty intense circumstances. This is, remember, in the car, not long after they find Officer John O'Keefe in the snow. So that's going to be followed up on recross. I guarantee you that, because that just leaves a horrible impression with this jury. You can hear Brennan trying to, help her on cross, how she looks so horrible with every time they got her in a corner with some statement she made, but it's inconsistent now with what it was in a report, what it was in grand jury testimony, what it was in some prior proceeding. And you may notice they don't like to say the word trial. Like, people don't know this was tried the first time a year ago, so they don't use the word trial. And they will say some former proceeding, some other proceeding under oath. I don't understand why the court has such a bug up its butt about FBI, federal agents, or the fact that there was a trial before. It boggles my mind. Anyway, so he's trying to work around some of her problems there by pointing out, you did a lot of interviews, right? You were testifying a lot in grand jury and then another proceeding, trial. Did you ever review any of the reports that were taken? Because you remember, she looked like a moron when she's being confronted by Alan Jackson about all the statements made in various reports and how they may conflict with, be incomplete with, some of the enhanced testimony that we're getting from Jen McCabe now. So that's his job. Redirect is rehabilitation. That's what it's not generally an offensive tool. It may be offensive, but you're not on the offense. You're really trying to clean up aisle 5. We got to clean up on aisle 5, Mr. Brennan. So he goes in there and he tries to pick the things that were most damaging, the things most damaging to his witness, Jennifer McCabe, and, clean up the damage. It's time to drive her into the body shop and pound out some of the dents Although in some cases, I think Alan Jackson, created more of a head-on collision than a shopping cart ding in the shopping parking lot. So he's trying to do those things, and I fully expect that. It's fine. I get it. And right now we're on this. We talked about the butt dials too, which of course is very interesting. 7 butt dials to John O'Keefe, and so he's trying to create this. This is not the first time you've had a. Oh, I'm sorry. This is not the first time you've had a butt dial, is it? You've inadvertently dialed, and if it were inadvertent, it wouldn't be on purpose, then, would it? Yeah, basically, Domino does not like the Hank Brennan voice. So he's trying to suggest you're just a butt dialing machine here. Every opportunity you get, it's a butt dial here and a butt dial there, here dial, there dial, everywhere a butt dial, and that's objectionable by Jackson because it's irrelevant, except to go, and this is where I give him a little leeway, except to show that because she has done it so many times before, then it makes it more or less likely she did it this time. It's not like character evidence. I don't think butt dials are construed as good or bad character evidence. And so we now know that she's a flagrant butt dialer. We've established that. So the fact that it happened 7 times in a short period of time, and we're going to hear more about it. We know the Bryans were butt dialing. She's just the first. And so apparently, because she does it all the time, you can understand how she would have done it 7 times within a very few minutes, and the hours, less than the first hour, of the subject incident. So, okay, there's Mr. Alessi with his weapon of war, that iPad. I noticed when they came back from lunch, Karen Reed seemed to be, I don't know if good mood is the right way to describe it, but peppier. Maybe she felt the way Alan Jackson's cross-examination ended just prior to lunch was strong. I think most would agree that it was. Okay, the gaggle has returned.
All right,
Let's see
jurors,
who
you're
wins.
about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy for the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making, correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the calling. This would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe, okay. Thanks, sorry.
Number 17, a phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Number 26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
I don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
Um,
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
no, I have no idea where he is.
Turn to number 48, 129-22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160, this is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Mayor.
168. $129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it. Objections noted. Next question.
You need to approach on this particular text.
Come to Sidebar. Oh, sorry.
See again how she's just trying to shut him down, and he has to be persistent because he's got to make a record. She may get her way and shut him down, but it ain't going to be without a record. And I guarantee you, if she had not allowed him begrudgingly to come up and make his record now, they would have had a law in motion moment after the jury was dismissed for whatever the next break may be, and he would make his record then. He has to, and she can't stop him from it, no matter how much she hates it, him, what he's getting at, or how it's affecting the prosecution's case. And you just can't help but notice the one-sidedness of her rulings. It's crazy. So now, of course, this part of the cleanup on aisle 5 is all these texts that were not part of the original discussion. The original discussion, of course, showing this contact between all the different parties and Mr. Jackson suggesting collusion, that they're all trying to get their story straight, and hopefully that these messages back and forth would allow everybody to come to the same story. These are more emotional. This is what was happening then in your mind, right? You weren't colluding. You weren't. So he's trying to poke holes in the theory that all of these communications were clearly so everybody got their story straight.
I won't read it. This number on top, whose number is that?
That is 9.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Kerry?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you, you were also, "This is awful, Jen, I'm in shock."
Yes.
Number 170, and this one is from Ms. Roberts to you, 12922 at 2:05:45. "I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down."
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 12922, from you to Ms. Roberts, "I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick." Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172, and this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 12922. "I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us." Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175, again to Ms. Roberts, 2:14:15, 12922. Do you text, "I talked to Peggy. I am devastated for them"?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2:14:56 on 12922? "I am so sick to my stomach"?
Yes.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did, yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Number 208 or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207, do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 12922, 34206. "I've never felt so sick." Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 210, 43340, 12922. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
"My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about..."
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, allegedly.
"My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him." Is that accurate?
Yes.
.213. This is on 12922 at 43820. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond, 129, 22, 440, 38. I have been shaking since this AM. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 440, 38 at 129, 22.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Yes.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
I'm going to move to 12922, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine, so she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
And during that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. If you turn to 296, 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure?
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07, was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
And just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m. Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
And you continued texting with her?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
$761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248?
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a two-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
Yeah, stand with the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Can you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy? Okay.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
At some point, on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy, and she was,
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864. You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is that's calling you?
that's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes,
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more. In trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that. Wait. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that later.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser is on the other side of Terry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes,
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No,
Okay, so there was, correct?
outside on the front lawn, yes, side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom?
Yes,
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop, and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
The text messages. You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Were any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message, with your children, didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was
Okay.
none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct, they're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes,
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
they're not correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Christelle, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Now, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, that's all I have.
All right. Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
I'd like to play a couple of clips, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'd ask you to just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 34 Fairview. So who are you with? Pull up and let me see.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
All right, hold that, please.
Righty. So much off mic stuff here. It drives me crazy trying to decipher what people are saying here. So Jen McCabe kind of ending, I don't know, with a bit of a whimper. So let's hit some of the bits from the 3-cross. Really wasn't a lot. Basically, it was a conversation about the activity going on outside the home. Nobody seemed to come out of the house. Nobody seemed concerned about it. I've got a picture. I don't want to share it now because I'm sure as soon as I do, they'll come back. You know how I am. What the hell? Let me give it a try. This is a picture that was apparently taken from, I believe, one of the neighbors. In fact, I think the picture. The neighbor did come. The neighbor did take a picture. Here. And it's going from here.
Your Honor, call Ms. Hannah Knowles to the stand.
Standing, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the toxicology unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the toxicology unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the tox unit in about August of 2007, and have been in the toxicology unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench-level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4, and so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchased the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
Okay, and what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a or a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations, serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that document? May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
Turn your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. It's the 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Ms. Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher, so we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, Those are also consistent with consensus body documents or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations, the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable, linear fashion. Down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing, it's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the jury? The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time
of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Nady?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And at this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask the court to cut me off so that
Okay.
nobody's late today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures.
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab.
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab, is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
All right, Ms. Giannetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame we were looking
And I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay, thank you. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down. Ms. Giannetti, I think everybody appreciates that. So. All right, jurors, that's it for us for this week. I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do. So I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good weekend. And I will see counsel at Sidebar.
Aha. That's what I wondered, if they're going to do anything at all of substance, because she had a very important hard out at 3:40, which I mentioned earlier. I thought it's kind of a weird time. We got to be done by 3:37. And she stuck to it, cutting him off. And to be honest, I don't know what more you're going to do with this witness anyway. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Before we do that, and a reminder, we're going to be back at 6 o'clock with a recap show. We'll have Will the Glarer will be joining us. We're going to, watch the fan for a minute while I'm gathering some of these questions to wrap this up. And because they may come back and put something on the record related to this little sidebar. That was the question. I saw it pop up there, I think, from Blessed Mom from Texas. She had a question from earlier that I think we read and Linda and I may have chatted about, but never really answered. So I was kind of scrolling, looking for that. Missy, if you have that handy and can pull that. There it is. Oh, okay. Yes. Here's what would happen. I think Linda may have sort of answered it in kind of a laughing way, meaning, not good, probably removed from the jury. You'd have to almost, with that situation, you'd almost have to find a reason to keep the person on the jury, because that's such an obviously biased outburst. First of all, the fact that it was an outburst, if that's how it happened. I know, Blessed in Texas, you say uttered, but if it's heard by somebody else, maybe it was more than uttered. Maybe it was one of those like, seriously? I mean, yeah, if it's heard by anybody else in the jury, there's the possibility of biasing, tainting that jury, and the person's probably going to be bounced. Just answer, that would be interesting too. That's the discussion we're all having inside our heads. Just answer the freaking question, or as John McEnroe would say, answer the question, jerk. Answer the question. So yeah, that's probably what happened. The person's got to go, and that's why the jurors are told so often just to be quiet, be good little children, sit there, take your notes, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. And I think at the very least, you could consider some utterance like that discussing the case, right? It's giving an impression of what's happening in the courtroom, in the evidence being presented in the case. So yeah, again, I think that it wouldn't be, how do we get rid of this juror? It would be, okay, is there some reason we have to keep this juror? So hopefully that answered that question. There were a couple of others that related back to the very final testimony of, should I get the right order here? Oh, when on redirect, we heard Mr. Brennan going on and on about all those texts that were designed to show that the interactions between Jen McCabe and her friends and these chats were all about just the emotion and the drama and all of the angst that everybody had about what had happened, in sort of a kind of a group therapy session, not a group collusion session. And I think it was, I want to say it was Risa. That's my recollection, had the question about why is that even allowed in? It sounds like it's irrelevant. It's not, because in fact on cross the door was open. When cross started going into the interactions of those in the group chats and suggesting, even using the word at least once, collusion, that allowed the prosecution to come back in and give the jury an alternate reason for these chats. Now, interestingly, and this was brought back up on recross, when Alan Jackson got back up there, he said, those texts that you were just talking about with Mr. Brennan, those were primarily between you and Carrie Roberts, right? And they were things like, let's see, there's some drama in them. The whole thing was a blur. One another checking on updates about what was happening. Devastating. You need to talk to somebody. I'm so sorry about what happened. You did the best you could, which was a note from Nicole, Jen McCabe's sister, to Jen McCabe. I'm thinking, well, that could be kind of construed in a couple of different ways. You did the best you could to keep this under control, to control the circumstances, maybe to hide things. I don't know, but to do the best you could, I'm not even sure how that helps anybody. Interesting, though. But my point is that Mr. Jackson was saying, look, those texts were a different group. It wasn't the group chat that had all of the more interesting information suggesting, let's get our ducks in order. Let's get our story straight. Let's make sure we are together on everything that's told to all of these different officers that may be looking for information from us. And so That was clearly a distinction that was being made. So then we went to the blood alcohol. You know, the timing was really pretty good in terms of getting this thing done when the court wanted, even though she did rush Mr. Yannetti at the end. Not easy. It's really not easy to do that. Oh, the fan has stopped. Oh, look at it. It's all a blur, just like Jen McCabe's memory. It's all a blur there, the fan. So it looks like whatever they're going to do, they've done, and they're not going to come back on the record. If they do, then we'll definitely pop that back up for you so you can see it. So let me see if there are a couple of questions we did not get to before we end. 007, Texas, thank you very much. It would make sense if Jen spread tail light pieces. Remember, this relates back, if you missed this, it was a zinger right at the end of Cross, right at the end, just before the lunch break, when Alan Jackson was really building to really a very nice crescendo, and hitting Ms. McCabe with all of these differences in her statements, things that had been enhanced since the first time around. And the very important fact that with all that was going on, and now I can show you that picture that I couldn't get to before, all that was going on in the neighborhood, there were no sirens, but there was an ambulance, there were fire trucks, there were squad cars. It was a mess. And their lights are all, if you've been in a house when, as everybody has, when cop cars surround your house, you know how that is. So annoying. All the lights are flashing in the window, and it creates quite the stir. But Alan Jackson was making the point that you wanted to do everything you possibly could for your friend who was on the ground and either dead or dying. You thought maybe you had a chance to save him. Why wouldn't you walk 30 feet, knock on the door of your sister's house, whose husband happens to be a 30-year police vet, used to situations where you have to perform emergency life support? That's the guy you want. Not some soccer mom. Remember Jen McCabe? She's just a soccer mom. So Alan Jackson's pointing out that if you wanted to do everything you could to help him, why didn't you just go walk onto the damn porch and wake up your sister and her husband? And of course, that wasn't done. So at the end of that, though, she said, I want to do everything I could for my friend. He was laying on the ground in the snow with taillight pieces around him. What? So she just sprinkles that in, like the taillight pieces were apparently sprinkled in. And just left it hanging there. It was like for her one more reason to kind of give this jury the impression that the taillight was broken into several pieces, despite, as you'll recall, all kinds of controversy over whether it was cracked or broken in pieces. Cracked when talked about prior interviews, prior testimony by Jen McCabe, but currently broken in pieces, scattered amongst her testimony from today and from yesterday. So that leads to this question. It would make sense if Jen spread taillight pieces. Now, AJ said she went there that night. Was Kevin Albert in the Sallyport when the car was brought in? I'm not sure if he was there when it was just brought in, and could have given them to Jen. Well, obviously we know Proctor seemed to be the keeper of the taillight pieces. They were found by 3 different people or entities, as I recall, on 3 different occasions. But it sounds like Proctor was really the keeper of the taillight / pieces. So would it be impossible for him to get those pieces to the scene that night? That might be tough. I think she created quite the reach, because we know there weren't any found during that initial interaction that night at the scene. Well, how's that possible? If when she's there, and again, if you believe all of this story, the taillight explodes into pieces in that general area at a time where the snow is very light and less than an inch from what we can tell. Over the next 4 hours, 5 hours, between 12:30 and then 5:30 to 6 o'clock in the morning, when Officer John O'Keefe's body is found, now we've got a couple of inches or so piled up, maybe more. Well, wouldn't those all be under the snow? So I guess if Jen McCabe saw taillight pieces around the body, it was because of all the activity that Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed were clearing snow off of Officer John O'Keefe, and maybe that exposed the taillight pieces. I just think that would be an even weirder time to find taillight pieces, especially since they weren't found during official searches by the 7 people that were on the scene at that moment, the professionals. So, yeah, would it make sense for her to spread taillight pieces? I guess anything's possible. I just think she painted herself in a corner with that testimony, and I wish it had been better explored. But remember, if it was not brought up during redirect, then Alan Jackson could not get into it on recross. He had to make a conscious decision, or the team did, that when they went to lunch and that was left hanging in the air, that they weren't going to get back to it. They likely were not going to get back to it. And so he or they make a conscious effort and conscious decision to just leave it lie. Maybe because it sounded so ridiculous. But a couple of questions like, oh, wait a minute. You saw taillight pieces that night? Where were they? Why didn't you pick any up? Did you make anybody aware of them? I don't see them in any police reports. I mean, I think you could have made some hay with that. So I did see this earlier. Thank you, Madeira Beach caregiver. I think I also noted that you were off to a workout. Good for you. Hopefully you'll be back when we reconvene at 6 o'clock. Gas moolah. I like that. Yeah. And currently gas prices here in lower Connecticut, about $3. I couldn't believe this. I was in San Diego a week or so ago for my son's last baseball games, and it was $5 for regular in California. $5. I mean, it hasn't been $5 in most of the country since the height of the craziness, but still in California. At that time, when it was crazy, the rest of the country got up to $5, $8 in Southern California. I mean, they have so many taxes and so many additional add-on costs. It is unbelievable. So $50 at that time would have been about 4 gallons, 5 gallons? Oh my God, 6 gallons? Insane. Okay. This one, yeah, that one we got too. Good, got that one. I think. Well, here's a question. Can they recall Peg? Peg, of course, Margaret O'Keefe is the mother of Officer John O'Keefe. Technically, can't you can. You have to have grounds to recall a witness that's been officially excused. I don't know why you would recall her. I know it was maybe perhaps odd. She was included in one of the group chats, and maybe there's something to get to there. But I think it's dangerous when you have the crying, sobbing, understandably upset mom of the victim. And unless she can add some smoking gun, something of real substance, I don't want her back on the stand if I'm the defense. Prosecution may feel they could have gotten something out of her that they needed. Again, you can make a motion to recall a witness that's been excused, but you got to have a reason. And I believe in this case, if you're the prosecution, the reason would just be, hey, I'm the prosecution. And if you're the defense, you got no chance in hell. Okay, so let me, let's see, I think I got all those questions. Let me show you this picture. And I don't know, maybe you can help me because I can't remember. Somebody has identified one of the neighbors, I think it's the neighbor across the street, as the Asian house. Anybody remember exactly which one that was? This is a picture taken by the owners of the Asian house, and that's how it's been described. That's not my description. That's just what it is, and that's why the file is called Asian house. So this is what the house looked like at or about that morning. I don't see a timestamp of any kind on here, but clearly there's a ton of vehicles there that are attending to what needs to be done. And you can see, even if you look to the far right side of the picture, you can see there's some of these lights are just, because of the glow of the snow and everything, it's hard to tell what the origin of the lights are, but some of these don't look like street lights. That's clearly a red glow, as are these here, and of course, squad car there. So somebody woke up, somebody wondered what the hell was going on, somebody looked out the window, somebody took a picture. And of course, if the cops had done a canvas, very possibly they could have found others who had taken pictures, come out to see what happened, somehow been able to fill in the blanks as to what was going on in this very hectic, crazy part of that morning on January 29th, 2022. So that's the picture. Let me go to the chat here. Anybody able to answer my question about the Asian house? They'd heard about that before? Somebody said they had. Okay, Missy hasn't. If I have a photo that Missy hasn't seen, that's a win. I got it. Let's see. That's the one next door. That's what it says. So next door meaning across the street or right like next to it. Next door to me would be right next to it, which I'm just trying to orient this picture to 34 Fairview. If this is next door, I'm still a little confused. Obviously, it's either right next door or it's right across the street. I really can't tell. Near the flagpole. That was my understanding. As I've been to the house there, you're looking at the front of the house. You've got driveway, center front door, flagpole, mailbox, flagpole, fire hydrant, bushes. Then on the other side of the bushes would be this house from which this picture was taken. So, got it. Perfect. Okay, so as I said, obviously somebody was aroused. Somebody came out. Somebody wanted to see what was going on. Not the folks living at 34 Fairview, unfortunately. Perhaps somebody could have helped. Somebody with a little first responder experience. Oh, it's just so maddening because common sense has been thrown out the door. I mean, it's just like nobody seems to. I shouldn't say nobody. I should say the prosecution doesn't seem to comprehend that some of these things are just common sense. That's all they are. Okay, let me take a quick look for a couple of other nuggets. Anybody has anything to slip in before we slip out of here? Again, we'll be back in a couple hours or so, 6 o'clock. The Glarer will be here offering his insights, and we'll re-rack. Was that a San Diego note? Man arrested for sitting in jail now because his wife went missing. Okay. News at 11. Yeah, we'll re-rack the best part of the Jen McCabe cross-examination, and we'll get into that with of course Linda Kenny Bodden and with Will the Glarer, and get some impressions from. You're not going to be guessing how Will feels about certain things. That's not going to be a surprise, but to experience that cross-examination one more time with kind of a little bit of a breath and some introspection to see if it really was as strong as it seemed to be. I think it was strong. I think it was very strong. And so now, I don't know if I want to end the Friday with the blood alcohol person, but nonetheless. So what do you think about that too? Blood alcohol levels. Now with all of the extrapolations, so she blows, or blood test, she didn't blow. Blood test is 0.07 to 0.09 that morning, the 29th at 9:08 a.m. 0.07, 0.09. That is basically you're flirting with the legal driving limit. 0.08 is technically a presumption that you're driving under the influence. And remember, the second count is manslaughter, driving under the influence of alcohol. So it's clearly relevant, clearly goes directly to that cause of action, which is the one, both Linda and I have felt that if I'm prosecuting this case, I'm pounding away on that one. I think you've got the goods to get a jury to convict on that one. And of course, in trial number one, they were hung on that one. So this is the more interesting part of the science, the retrograde extrapolation, based on the sample done at 9:08 the following morning. They're saying at 12:45 a.m. Karen Reed's blood alcohol level was somewhere between 0.14 and 0.28, and that is, from my major math work, almost 2 times the legal limit to almost 3+ times the legal limit at the time of the incident, and that's pretty intoxicated. Again, and I saw a chat mention of this. If you don't know all the details about her alcohol consumption habits, did she have anything after going home to John O'Keefe's home when she says she didn't know where he was? What happened to him? Did she have a couple of pops then? That's going to skew the numbers. So I do believe, though, and I have to be honest, I believe that information in and of itself could get a jury to determine that she was under the influence. They, of course, would then have to fill in the rest of the gaps to get to manslaughter. But I think this gives the prosecution plenty to find the jury could just tick that box off and say, yeah, she was under the influence, and go from there. So it's important. We can't just dismiss it just because we think they got a shitty case on balance. That's a nugget that they do need to get. And I do think that they've got it. We'll see what the defense has to say. The cross was interesting. It was really an attack on the lab that is run by Gary Fallow, the guy who got so mad, indignant, because he's a clinical laboratory, not a forensic laboratory. So they did use Mr. Yannetti tried to attack that, saying that you guys, this woman, this Ms. Knowles, you're a forensic lab. He is a clinical lab. 2 different things. But doesn't really attack, at least at the point he was cut off, wasn't attacking the numbers, and the numbers are the numbers. Okay, so let me get out of here. Let's see, anybody else yelling and screaming anything of interest? Okay, so save it up if you are. Bring your questions, etc., comments, criticisms, all of that stuff. 6 o'clock tonight, I will be back. Linda Kinney Bodden will join. And of course, Will the Glarer will be here too. So we will see you then. Appreciate you being here. I'm Michael Bryant. Until then, try to do the right thing. This is Justice Service.